Ann Dodd a co-host because she'll be sharing her screen throughout the meeting.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Looks like we're just waiting on Ian. So I will go ahead and get started and hope that Ian joins on since I have a 3-page spiel to read. All right, so as a preliminary matter, this is Ashley Arisman, Chair of the Nantucket Conservation Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Beal.
Here.
Seth Engelborg.
Here.
Ashley Arisman here. Dave LaFleur.
Here.
Maureen Phillips.
Here.
Joe Topham.
Present.
And I think Ian will hopefully be in shortly.
I'm here. I'm here.
Here. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Ian.
In the nick of time.
Yes. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Jeff Carlson. Joanne Dodd.
Yeah.
Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. It looks like I have Art Gasparo.
Here.
Julie Jordan.
Here.
Danielle Perry.
Here.
Katie Barnicle.
Here. Sorry, here.
That's all right. Paul Santos.
That Paul Squeakin?
I think so. Paul, are you with us?
Oh, yes, here.
Okay. Sam Kepperstan.
Present.
RJ Turcotte.
Here.
Rob McNeil.
Here.
Brian Madden.
Here.
I'm not sure. bsaunders.
Brad Saunders here.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Alger.
Here.
And Jack Vaccaro.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And for items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. Staff will activate the chat feature on YouTube. Members of the public who have comments or questions can use this feature to communicate with the public body, and instructions are on the town's website. The chair and/or staff will do their best to address all questions and comments. And finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. So with that, we will go to public comment on items not being heard tonight. Let me see if we have any. So Jeff, it looks like we have a public comment from Burton Balkind. Do we have an update on 289 Hummock Pond Road?
We do. We actually posted an update to the agenda this afternoon to kind of cover this. We'll be talking about 289 Hummock Pond Road during the enforcement action section. So we'll take it up then.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Okay, so with that, the following items are continued tonight. Under notices of intent, Eli Zabar at 47 Squam Road is continued until November 19th. Mary Jo Buckland at 113 Hummock Pond Road is continued until December 3rd. Nantucket Islands Land Bank, all land bank properties is continued until November 19th. Peter Hale and Carolyn B. Lamb at 24 Pilgrim Road is continued until November 19th. Under certificates of compliance, we have BFP Properties LP at 13 Easton Street, continued until November 19th. And then under public hearing, our amendment of the Town of Nantucket Conservation Commission Wetland Protection Regulations is continued until November 12th.
Real quickly, Madam Chair, we also, just prior to the meeting, received a continuance request for the extension order request for 36 Lily Street until the 11/19 meeting as well.
Okay, so under extension request, 36 Lily Street is continued until November 19th. All right, so with that, we will begin our meeting under the public hearing notices of intent. Nantucket Point of View LLC at 9 Lincoln Avenue. And we have Brian Madden, Don Bracken, and Sarah Alger to represent.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental. Since the last meeting we had before you, we've updated the proposed project. And to review those aspects, we've removed the boathouse proposed in the lower lawn area, and the boardwalk has been therefore continued out towards Jefferson Ave. We've also modified the resource area buffer zone restoration and enhancement activity. And just to summarize those details, what's being proposed is revegetation of the existing boardwalk and stairs footprint to be removed. And that's going to increase the buffered area off of the offsite wetland to the south, and then have a more contiguous vegetated coastal bank extending north from Cobblestone Hill. We're proposing to revegetate any temporary disturbance associated with the installation of the new set of stairs and propose a native meadow area in the lower lawn area abutting the boardwalk at grade. We're proposing to flush cut and remove the invasive black locust saplings along the coastal bank. And finally, revegetate approximately 1,500 square feet of the upper coastal bank that is currently occupied by lawn area. And so this plan has all the proposed plantings on it. And as currently proposed, we feel that the project will result in a significant improvement over existing conditions. And I will turn over to questions at this point.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a concern or question related to the 18-inch high proposed sitting wall that's at the top of the coastal bank, kind of adjacent to the where the stairs down the bank will be. So originally there had been a retaining wall proposed across the entirety of that bank for safety reasons. And then that was deleted because the applicant felt that they could achieve safe conditions using some type of other planting. Now there's a sitting wall being proposed in the project documentation for safety reasons, but it's behind an area that's going to be planted with shrubs. And a sitting wall would be considered structural under our regulations in an area where structures really shouldn't be permitted. So I'd like to see that sitting wall be removed, and or if it's not for safety reasons and it's for some other reason, it needs to be justified. I'd like to see it removed and just have the plantings there with the top of the staircase just being kind of by itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Brian, do you have a response?
Yeah, I'll provide a quick response. I think Julie will elaborate on it. So originally we had the 36-inch high retaining wall extending along the full extent of the top of the coastal bank. You know, based on commission feedback, that's the primary reason why that was removed. It's not the client's preference or the primary way to achieve the safety element that we'd like to do out here. The 18-inch high sitting wall at the top of the stairs has always been proposed. There hasn't been any modifications to that, but we provided some detail on how it can be installed without any impacts on the coastal bank. There's going to be no excavation into the coastal bank. And again, we're dealing with a very discontinuous and fragmented coastal bank that is not providing unique or specific functions or values related to storm damage prevention and flooding. And the primary reason why it's being proposed is for safety at the top of the stairs. And I'll turn it over to Julie to elaborate on that point.
All right, Julie.
Yes, the sitting wall is intended to protect those up on the living area of the coastal bank from inadvertently falling down the slope. We are 2 feet from the coastal bank line. It also helps with visibility of the wooden structured deck from both the neighboring property and the client's property. And it allows us to come a little shallower with the wooden footings and all those things. And it's a little bit more gentle way to reach that instead of having the deck and having to dig have footings into the top of the bank. So and the house is quite formal. So instead of having the wooden decking running right into the top of the coastal bank, I thought it would be safer and more attractive to have the small sitting wall, which only retains about 6 inches or a foot of grade and does not interact with the coastal bank line, and is for safety purposes.
Thank you, Julie. Seth?
Can I respond to that or no?
Yeah, if you have another comment, you can make your comment.
Yeah, I think both the representatives for that explanation. and it sounds aesthetically nice. I just don't think it meets the performance standards of structure within our resource area. So the boardwalk would be considered, you know, it would be allowed, but the sitting wall, which is structural and not, you know, replacing an existing boardwalk, I think is adding additional structure into an area where it's unpermitted.
May I respond to that, Chair?
Thank you, Seth. Yes, Julie, go ahead.
The neighboring property also has a stone wall right there that is much larger and actually intersecting with the top of the coastal bank. And I would just, you know, say that we're just mimicking what has been done next door for safety purposes.
Yeah, just, sorry, and to elaborate, I mean, it's certainly a very short stretch just at the top of the bank. And we have previously requested the waiver, advocating that it won't result in an adverse impact on the coastal bank and its protected interests. And it is necessary for the safety purposes that Julie described.
Thank you, Brian. I know for me, I kind of fall in the same line as Seth on this one, that structures within that 25-foot to resource area boundaries, I tend to really be against, because it doesn't work with our performance standards. And I know when I looked at this one, the sitting wall still kind of came out to me. And then also down on the lower lot, it looked like the boardwalk just extended into the 25. And I didn't know if you could cut it short, just it looks like only a couple of feet. So it's not going into that 25.
I don't see any problem with that. That's minimal. However, the access to the stairs from the living space, I mean, I think it's fairly important that that's safety.
Mm-hmm. No, and I appreciate you guys trying to meet the client's safety concerns. Any other comments from commissioners or questions? Ian?
Well, yes. I really, I would call it a tripping wall rather than a safety wall. At 18 inches, it's not even, doesn't even come up to your kneecap. And I accept that the client wants it aesthetically, and but unfortunately, both you and Seth have made the point that it shouldn't be permitted. And I sympathize with Ms. Jordan in terms of what she would like to produce for her client, and but there's only a limited relevance to the structure next door. So I would prefer that it was removed. There we have it.
Thank you, Ian. Joe, it looked like you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think the height, Ian, I think it was, it's safety, but it's also something 18 inches where the parent could sit down and either watch over the bluff or watch the kids play. So I think it's kind of a dual use. I think that's what Julie was going for. That's when I was looking at the drawings, but I think Julie could expound on that a little bit more. But I don't have that much of a problem with it. I've seen how the other wall works next door because I did do work on this property many years ago, and it seemed to function well, and it didn't seem to have any adverse effect on the bluff or any vegetation around the area. So I don't have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Well, any other thoughts or questions, Mark?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant, and maybe some of the commissioners can weigh in and help me. I'm struggling with the net benefit of the project. The stairs are already in existence, and I'm wondering if there will be more destruction in building an entire new staircase on the coastal bank, versus repairing what's already there. And in addition to the replanting, I mean, removing invasive species is nice, but I'm just not convinced yet and need some help from applicant and commissioners on the net benefit of the project as it stands now, as applied for.
I'll respond to that.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it looks like Julie wants to take this one.
So the staircase is currently located on the other side of the coastal bank, and it is overgrown with black cherries that are not on the client's property, and they are on land bank property. And it is continually dropped with cherries, leaves, in the shade. It's like an ice skating rink. And I know you weren't on the board when we did a site visit in the spring, but it is treacherous. And we don't control the plants that make it so. And it's also very close to the resource area. There's a wetland right at the foot of the current stairs. So we're moving the stairs further from the resource area and making them safe and bringing them up to modern standards. I mean, they are really treacherous. And I would say, I understand your thoughts, but this is a bank that is lawn currently, like literally turf grass being mowed and fertilized. And we are replacing it with natives and no irrigation. And we're removing some invasives. And the whole bank, essentially, if you do a site visit, is invasives. So any improvement upon that, I think, is beneficial.
Thank you, Julie. Brian?
And sorry, and just to elaborate what Julie was saying, relocating the stairs and boardwalk within the lower lawn area, the boardwalk is right up against that isolated vegetated wetland. So it removes that feature abutting the wetland and then allows for opportunities to revegetate with native plants, increasing the vegetated buffer zone. Similarly, it extends the coastal bank in a continuous, unfragmented little pocket here, extending north from Cobblestone Hill. And it abuts a property that, you know, where the coastal bank starts to dissipate and come back down slope. And it's adjacent to existing retaining wall at the top of the bank. So we feel that with the invasive species management and the planting of the native vegetation and all the increased setbacks, it will provide a long-term net benefit. And, you know, just to remind everyone, I've said this multiple times, but, you know, this isn't a typical coastal bank by any means. This is very unique, diminished quality based on its location and how it intercepts the flood zone elevation in its location. So this is not a unique and necessarily an important coastal bank. It is otherwise a vegetated slope adjacent to an interior flood zone that's largely infested by invasive species.
Thank you, Brian. I have to say, I used to work on this property under the previous owner. I do agree those stairs are pretty treacherous the way they currently exist. And I also do agree that transitioning a lot of that turf that exists will be beneficial to change that to natives. The benefit there. I think Dave had a comment, and then Mark, and then Joe.
I was going to comment on the sitting wall. I think it's acceptable in that location. I know it's in that 25-foot area. I think it's also a good maybe stopgap for heavy rains, maybe keeping stuff from rushing down the slope even more. I know there's a lot of vegetation in there to apply to that also, but I think it's I'm okay with that. Again, to what Mark was saying, if he, I don't think Mark was with us in the spring, but the existing stairs are really in need of replacement. So I'm for this project.
Thank you, Dave. Mark, did you still have a comment?
Well, I did. I was there in the spring, and I did I've been to the site twice and climbed the stairs once. So they are slippery, but that problem could be resolved. And if there's trees and brush on your property from an abutting property owner, you're allowed to cut them. But in any case, I'm also wavering with the issue of the wall within a 25-foot zone. I'm troubled by that. My short term on the board, I noticed we were quite strict on allowing a no build zone unless it's water dependent, and this is not water dependent. So that's sort of a hang up too. I wish the applicant would rethink that aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'll go to Joe and then Ian.
So yeah, back in the good old days when we used to go to job sites and do sites viewing, we were able to go and look at that stairway, and it runs right along the wetland flags. So I just think if we can get that, 75 feet away from that wetland flag, I think it will definitely allow, any adverse effects to that wetland to be removed. And I do think that removing the invasives, really maintaining that property as much as possible. And I think that when this starts to go forward, I think the land bank will be interested in working with this client to help clean up their lot and get rid of the invasives. Land bank has been very proactive in their projects, but this may draw some attention to it and focus. And, I don't think they want their invasive plants to go on to the abutting property, and I think vice versa. So I think if they could team up and work together, I think it would be a win for Nantucket. So I think it's wise of them to move the stair and get rid of the invasives. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Ian?
Yes. For the record, in fact, the land bank only owns the top half of the property from Cobblestone Hill. So that I have the town GIS map in front of me, and from the midway point down to the Jefferson Avenue, it's owned by John D. Flavin of Saratoga Springs, New York. So most of these stairs, in fact, not abutted by land bank property. Most of the existing stair. So, and Mark is absolutely correct that it could be cut back, and so we seem to be at a bit of an impasse here.
Yes.
And Julie, I defer to you through the chair.
Julie, do you have a response?
The black cherries that are covering are on land bank property. So, I've worked there for almost 20 years now. And this bank is a mess. It's full of old landscape stuff. It's a disaster. It really is. And the fact that the stairs are currently existing, I don't think holds, and it's existing in a resource area, a wetland that is also a mess, that I know that it wants the client would like shorten the project to show the commission that they are looking to do a good guy thing. She's into plants. She wants native plants on her bank, and she's not going to shortcut and do half the work and leave it to erode down the hill in the spring. All the things that were said throughout this whole process, I really, not take offense to, because I totally understand that happens to you as a board, where you approve something and then the outcome isn't exactly as you thought. But I would say that that this client would like to show the board that it has good faith in restoring this piece of Nantucket that should look much better. It looks like totally unkept, full of foxgrape, full of raspberries, and they're a family they have 5 kids. And the balls are going down the turf slope and to these big raspberry brambles. These people live here. And as Brian has said, this is not a contributing coastal bank. And I totally understand the not wanting to set a precedent. But I do think it's a very unique situation. in that it is more of a landscape and it is surrounded by landscapes and by invasive vegetated slopes. And I think rather than not doing something about it and allowing those to spread, we have an opportunity to have a project go forward that could result in a net benefit.
Thank you, Julie. Are there any more, Seth?
Yeah, I'm fine with the prospect of having the stairs moved. I understand that the current set of stairs is in a condition of disrepair and in a location that goes right up against the wetland resource area. I mean, we're still moving it into a different resource area and into onto the coastal bank and into the buffer zone of another bordering vegetated wetland, but true, less square footage of that structure is going to be within the 50-foot buffer, significantly less. So I'm fine with that part. I think a few things here are major points of contention for me. One is the fact that the bank is being represented as sort of like a piece of trash. I think that, yes, it's a discontiguous coastal bank that has, areas of black locust, which is an invasive species of concern. But the other things mentioned are sort of just common native vines. I mean, foxgrape, it's a common native vine. The rubus species, common native vines. These things provide tons of fruit and tons of habitat value for birds and deer and all sorts of other stuff. So, and humans as well. So I get it. The family has kids and they want to make this area safe. But to me, a lot of this motivation, especially with the proposed sitting wall, is for sort of aesthetic and recreational reasons that don't kind of comply with our job to protect wetlands. So I think I get what the applicants are saying. They want this to be a nice place for the family to live, but that's sort of not germane to what our purpose with the regulations is. It's to see if what's being proposed is going to have impacts to the resource areas. And for me, definitely the sitting wall is a huge point of contention. I think it's permitting and otherwise unpermitted structure in an area within the 25-foot buffer to a coastal bank with, the waiver being requested is essentially just for invasive species removal. And I don't see that part of it. I see the one-to-one maybe trade-off of the stairs from the current location to a new location. I get that with the benefit of removing the invasives, but adding a new structure is above and beyond, in my opinion.
You mind if I jump in?
Sure, Brian.
Sorry, thanks. Thanks, Seth. And just to clarify, as we described in the original notice way back when, just the dominant vegetation on that bank, it's bush honeysuckle, it's privet, it's bittersweet, Japanese honeysuckle, and black locust. The blackberry and foxgrape and Virginia creeper are mixed in, but are encasing those shrubs along with the honeysuckle. But hearing folks' comments, we are willing to drop the retaining wall, the sitting wall at the top, to move the project forward.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Mark, did you have a comment? I thought I saw your hand up.
Yes, you did, Madam Chair. I was going to suggest exactly that. I'm convinced now that the moving the staircase is a good idea, thanks to the comments of the applicant and the commissioners. But I was troubled by the 25-foot building and structure within 25 feet. So thank you for that, Brian, and I'm happy to support the project.
Thank you, Mark. Maureen?
I was concerned about the characterization also of the bank. Obviously, this is a site that has been, it's unique to some extent, but we have a lot of sites on Nantucket that have been landscaped and overgrown and have protected resources on them that that a lot happened to them before protected resources were delineated and the rest of it. But looking at this, I also agree that moving the stairs makes sense because of and for the reasons that the applicant said, as well as I just think it makes, well, for the reasons the applicant said, I agree with the reasons for them moving this and what they're going to do, and the removal of the sitting wall seems to, put it in the right category now. And I would agree with what Mark just said. Thanks.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other comments or questions from commissioners before we look to the public? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any public comment on this one?
Not to this point, no.
Okay. Do we have everything we would need to close this?
Yes, you do have all of the required information.
Okay. So I think I know the answer to this already, but Brian, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Maureen. Is there a second? Looks like seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Brian.
Thanks.
And that moves us on to Marcia Kleinberg at 18 Quidnet Road. And this is represented by Brian Madden and Don Bracken.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden, for the record, LEC Environmental. The proposed project involves the installation of a pool, patio, and landscaping updates on the subject property. I'll just let Joe pull that up. Excellent. Thanks. So you see in the northeasterly corner of the property is a proposed pool, a dry laid stone patio. Resource areas further to the south, there's an isolated vegetated wetland on the west side of the driveway leading in. There's also a bordering vegetated wetland system on the southeast side of the driveway at the toe of the slope there. And you can see topography increases pretty significantly. That's going uphill towards the single family dwelling. Topo continues to ascend in the back corner. There's an off-site vegetated wetland BVW off-site to the east. There's no proposed work within the 50-foot buffer zone. No structural components in the 50-foot, and that includes the pool fence that is proposed around the area. The pool will maintain at least a 2-foot separation to high groundwater. And so there's no waivers proposed for the project, and hopefully straightforward, and I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, have we opened this one up to public comment yet?
Yes, and we have not gotten any.
Okay. Do we have everything we'd need to close this?
Yes, you would.
All right, so one more time. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this one?
No.
Ian?
As a matter of curiosity, Brian, what type of tree is being removed?
They are black cherry trees. There's 2, and they're proposed to be replaced.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions from commissioners? All right. So Brian, would you like to close this one?
Please.
Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to 46 Shimo Pond Road Nominee Trust at 46 Shimo Pond Road. This is being represented by Jack Vaccaro, Art Gasparo, and Dan Bailey. And then we also have the Land Council on for comments. Who would like to take this for the applicant?
I'll start. Oh, thanks, Art. Madam Chair, Dan Bailey. We submitted at the end of last week, and you have in your packages a further revised plan, which in effect, which shifted the 88-foot proposed pier reconstructed pier another 16 feet landward, so that it is now entirely, it's still 88 feet long. The 16 feet at the end, really at the seaward end, got shifted to the landward end. But it is now entirely outside of any eelgrass. Previously, it had extended slightly into an area that was mapped as sparse eelgrass. We did this to address concerns that were raised that even a small encroachment into the eelgrass would adversely affect scallops. That was a comment that was raised by a lot of people regarding this project, in particular, a couple of the commissioners. Art and Jack will talk about the details and the applicability of the performance standards in a couple of minutes, but I just wanted to take a minute to respond somewhat generally to a lot of comments that have been raised with respect to this particular proposal. I think it's important, the commission knows this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The commission should confine its review to whether the proposal complies with state and local performance standards for land under the ocean, beach, and for land containing shellfish. Jack is going to talk about that, but the commission, there were a lot of questions raised about, well, is this really a pier? What is it? Those are all fair questions, and those questions can and will be raised with the Zoning Board of Appeals. This project requires a special permit for an alteration of a non-conforming structure, zoning speak, but that has to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And at some point, I think when we settle in on a design here, we will submit that application. They will hold a public hearing, and the issues regarding the propriety, the appropriateness of this use will be addressed by the board. There have also been a lot of concerns about navigation and impact on nearby moorings. By moving it back another 16 feet, I think we've taken it entirely outside of and away from the nearest mooring to shore. Also, the concerns about navigation are misplaced with this further reduction and extension. I mean, this is going to be in very shallow water, so the most boats would not be in water that shallow. There's also been concerns raised about adverse precedent, and we understand that, but I think that those are overstated. New piers, private residential docks and piers are plainly prohibited by the zoning bylaw. This is an unusual situation where there's a pre-existing pier, and the zoning bylaw, as it is required to under Chapter 40A, Section 6, provides protections for pre-existing uses. Again, the zoning board will rule on that, but I think that concerns about opening up the harbor to a wave of new docks and piers are very overstated. I understand this is an unpopular proposal, but whether it's popular or not is not the question. The question is whether it complies with the performance standards. I also want to point out that the commission must act consistently. I've included in the record a copy of the order of conditions issued in early October for a 100-foot extension of the town pier. That order of conditions was issued despite the fact that the extension is located within an area of sparse eelgrass and very close to an area of dense eelgrass. The commission determined quite specifically that no waivers were required for that project, and the Land Council made no objection. Similarly, the commission has in recent years approved new piers at Petro's Landing and at Nantucket Marine, and the Land Council was conspicuously absent for those hearings as well. While those projects might be favored for very good public policy reasons, including the improvement of public access to the water, they are subject to the same performance standards as this project. And this project must be judged based on those performance standards, not whether the project is unpopular and widely opposed by neighbors and the public. So I'll get off my soapbox and I'll ask Art to just describe the revised plan in a little bit more detail, and then Jack will go into compliance with performance standards. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Madam Chair, we, as previously described, there's not a lot of revisions beyond that. It was almost a straight translation, if you will, seaward of what we previously had designed in order to avoid the sparse eelgrass at the very end of the pier, and all of the other essentially construction methodologies and components of the structure remain as previously proposed. I could tell you, as I was working on the plan, I was tempted to increase the scale of the drawing, but I thought that it was probably because of the pier is so much shorter than what we originally proposed, I'd be able to sort of zoom in on the details a little better. But I decided that as a revision to a plan in the process, that it probably made sense to keep it consistent. And I think that if you look at from where we started and the pier to the south and the length and where we're at now, that's all it's all relative. And I'll defer to Jack, but also am available for further questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Art. Good evening, Commissioners. I am going to go into some detail with the performance standards that apply under your local bylaw and the Nantucket wetland regulation. But before I do that, I just want to point out to make sure that everyone understands in addition to reducing the length of the dock, there is a proposed single pile that would be installed in the area that you can see in the air photo on the plan, where eelgrass is either absent or present in very sparse amounts. It appears as that you can see the red arrow in that leader area. And the purpose for that is to provide an opportunity for the applicant to have an outhaul so that the boat could reside out in that area of deeper water, and then it could be retrieved to the end of the dock in order to load and offload. So that's something that we should talk about as well. But I just want to make clear that the proposal now includes that single 12-inch diameter pile outboard in that area. So with that said, I do want to jump right into the performance standards, and I hope this doesn't come across as being too I don't want to offend the commission by doing this, because I appreciate that you know these regulations very well, but we do need to have the opportunity to put this on record and make sure it's understood exactly how the project meets the various performance standards. So if you'll give me the next 10 or 15 minutes of your time, I'll try to run through this as briefly as possible. So let's.
All of this was in our packet. Is that true?
There is
You can cut
a
it down maybe from 10 or 15 minutes, since it was all in the reading material. That's a very long time. So just to kind of throw that one out there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these simply don't apply to the project, Madam Chair. but a lot of them do. And it's important that not just the commission, but others that may be are listening tonight understand that the project does in fact satisfy the performance standards. I will be as brief as possible.
Okay.
And I do respect your time. So let's begin with land under the ocean, section 2.01 of your regulations. The first two performance standards under that resource area pertain to dredging. No dredging is proposed for this project, so we can rule those out completely. Paragraph 3 of that section of the regulation is where we first encounter the relevant performance standard. And that's where it says that residential piers shall be constructed so as not to 1, change shoreline movement of sediments, 2, harm shellfish resources, 3, obstruct commercial shellfishing, 4, obstruct rights of fishing, fouling, navigation or passage along the shoreline by the public, and 5, displace moorings without written permission from the harbor master. So it's a lot wrapped into one performance standard, and I'll just run through these quickly. First, the dock is pile supported, so there really is no opportunity for the structure to in any way obstruct the shoreline movement of sediments. If it were a solid fill pier or a jetty, such as the one that's right alongside the dock already, sure, there would be some restriction of the movement of sediments, but this is a pile supported structure and we do not expect any effect whatsoever. With regard to shellfish resources, the project now has been moved back out of the eelgrass. So the primary concern I think that everybody has for this project was the effect on eelgrass and by extension, the effect on bay scallops. By moving the dock back out of the eelgrass, we feel that we've addressed that concern. However, we do recognize that there is a possibility that there could be some cohogs in the area below mean low water. And the applicant has proposed mitigation in the form of relocation surveys prior to the installation of each pile. So we do have a plan in place. We proposed to physically remove individuals from an area around the pile. I would suggest an area of a 3-foot radius circle from the center of the pile would be appropriate in this case to actually go in, remove cohogs, temporarily relocate them while the pile is being installed, and then replace the cohogs to where they came from. So we don't feel the project is harmful to shellfish resources in any way. We are not going to obstruct commercial shellfishing. There still will be commercial shellfishing such as it exists today in the area. People will, both commercial and recreational shellfishermen will be able to harvest shellfish from beneath the dock. The only area of the dock that's going to be lost to potential shellfishing is the very small area that's occupied by the piles, which is de minimis. The project is not going to obstruct the public's rights to fishing, fouling, navigation, or passage. Designed as a structure that'll be elevated 5 feet above mean high water, at mean high water. So people that want to pass beneath the dock will be able to freely pass beneath the dock. And it's not going to displace any moorings at all. Performance standard under paragraph 4 pertains to commercial piers. We're a residential pier, so that is not relevant. Performance standard 5, the best available measures as determined by the commission shall be used to minimize adverse effects of a commercial or residential pier on the interests protected under the bylaw. So we acknowledge that and are absolutely willing to work with the commission. If you feel that there's additional mitigation that's appropriate for the project, we're here to discuss those ideas. So we certainly acknowledge the commission's discretion to apply conditions. Condition 6 pertains to aquaculture projects, again, irrelevant to this project. Condition 7, performance standard 7 rather, pertains to coastal engineering structures, which we are not. So moving on to performance standard number 8, where it says water dependent projects shall be designed and performed so as to cause no adverse effects on the following: wildlife, erosion control, marine fisheries, shellfish beds, storm damage prevention, flood control, recreation, or aquatic vegetation. This dock, as designed, is approximately 88 by 2.5 feet in area. That amounts to about 220 square feet of area. To quantify that, to give you an idea, that's approximately the size of 1.5 parking spaces. It's not a significant area. It's much, much smaller in width and length than other docks in Nantucket Harbor. And it's not going to have any appreciable or measurable effect on wildlife. There's no expectation that it'll have any effect on erosion. There's no there's no possibility that the structure in its location is going to accelerate the force of the waves in any way and create a situation where there would be a likelihood for increased erosion at this location. The impact to marine fisheries is also de minimis. We're talking about basically the occupation of the seafloor and the water sheet by piles. Fish are obviously free to move beneath the dock. In fact, my experience is fish tend to congregate around docks because they like the edge effect that's provided by the shadows. There'll be no impact to storm damage prevention, flood control, or recreation. The dock cannot interfere with the use of the either land under the ocean or coastal beach by people that are recreating in the area. And lastly, in terms of impact to aquatic vegetation, as we've said now this evening, other than that one pile that's going to be located in the area of sparse or bare eelgrass, there is no impact to eelgrass resources at the site. And I want to emphasize that that pile, that outboard pile that's going to be installed in that area can certainly be positioned at a location where there is no eelgrass present. As we know from our surveys that there are many opportunities for that in that area. Moving on now to coastal beach. It's interesting under Nantucket regulation, but your first performance standard essentially incorporates all of the same performance standards that apply under land under the ocean. So we've already been through those. We don't have to repeat that exercise here, but the project does meet all of the performance standards. The next 8 performance standards are not relevant. They pertain to coastal engineering structures, dredging, beach nourishment, septic systems, non-water dependent projects, building setbacks, vehicular access for existing houses, and the use of fertilizers. But when we get down to performance standard 10, the same standard as I mentioned above, that the commission does have the ability to impose additional conditions in order to make sure that the interests are protected. Again, that's standard in our view. That's certainly an expectation, in fact. So lastly, we want to talk about land containing shellfish. And bear with me for just a few minutes more, please. But we see some of the same concerns repeated here in this section of your regulations. Performance standard 1, projects shall not adversely affect water quality. That would be changes in turbidity, temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, introduction of additional nutrients, and pollutants. It should not adversely affect water circulation or aquatic vegetation, and it should not adversely affect natural drainage from adjacent land. So this dock will be constructed of entirely inert materials. There's no expectation that there'll be any change in water quality. There will be a very localized and temporary turbidity increase as the piles are installed, but that is insignificant. There'll be no effect on temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen. There's no opportunity for additional nutrients and pollutants. There is some language in the notice of intent application regarding the use of spill kits and emergency response in the event that there is a fuel spill during the dock installation, but that's really the only opportunity. Your performance standard 2, land containing shellfish shall not be compacted by vehicular traffic or other means. The land elevation and sediment grain size shall also not be altered. We're not proposing to alter the sediment grain size. There'll be no vehicles operating in land containing shellfish, and there'll be no compacting of sediments. We discussed last time the possibility that the work barge that will be installing the dock could possibly bottom out in the shallows during the installation. But I explained then, and I'll repeat it now, the number of piles that are involved here are such that the installation could very likely take place over 2 or 3 tidal cycles, working in the 4-hour window around high tide to prevent the barge from bottoming out. It's not a big dock, and it can be installed very rapidly. Performance standard 3, the project shall not obstruct the public's ability to gather shellfish commercially or recreationally. We've already addressed that. There's nothing that would restrict the collection of shellfish in any way by the installation of this dock. Performance standard 4, any project which may release pollutants shall utilize the best known technology to remove pollution or prevent the risk of pollution. I think that's already been addressed. Again, there's no pollutants that are going to leach out of this structure. There are plans in place to prevent and minimize any release of pollutants that may result or could possibly occur during the dock installation. Under land containing shellfish, there are 2 other performance standards, 5 and 6, that are irrelevant. 5 pertains to septic systems, 6 pertains to the use of fertilizers. And performance standard 7, this is really the one we all need to underline and pay attention to, because what it says is that no project detrimental to scallops shall be permitted, except activity allowed pursuant to the regulations as set forth, pursuant to a waiver under the regulations as set forth in section 1.03F, excuse me. So we don't feel there is a detrimental effect to scallops. We took careful consideration of the concerns that were put forth by the Nantucket Conservation Commission and others regarding the placement of the dock in eelgrass as a potential for significant or detrimental impact to bay scallops. So with the new design, we've moved out of the eelgrass area entirely. Again, we're offering to conduct pre-installation surveys, temporarily remove shellfish from the area of each pile, hold them while the piles are being installed, and then replace them back in the areas that they came from. So we don't feel there is a detrimental impact to scallops resulting from this project. Just 2 more performance standards, folks, so stay with me. Performance standard 8, piers shall be constructed and maintained using the best available measures to minimize adverse effects on the interests protected by the bylaw. We feel we are doing that. We have proposed the best available measures for this construction. The dock design itself satisfies the DEP standards for small dock construction to prevent the types of impacts that we're all concerned about. And we feel we satisfied that performance standard. The last performance standard, again, is repetitive with the others that we addressed under coastal beach and land under the ocean. That's simply that the commission has the discretion to impose additional measures or requirements as necessary to protect the interests under the Act. So that wraps it up. But in summary, I just have to say that this project does in fact meet all of the performance standards. And we're happy now to take on any questions from the commission or others. Thank you.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Maureen?
As it happens, I was attending Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissioners training session on Saturday on this very topic, eelgrass and dock building. And I found it very helpful, and I will return to what I believe I've said several times during these discussions. While I appreciate all the work that has been done by the applicant and their consultants, and on one level, I don't think I really quarrel with most of the facts, et cetera, but the conclusion that that the fact that eelgrass is either absent or sparse means that it doesn't matter that you would build a light limiting structure. I do not agree with that. Eelgrass is such an important resource for this island, for scallops, and there's no substitute for it in terms of the scallops, excuse me, the scallops life cycle. And the environment where this is going has been, parts of it at least have been viable. I mean, have historically had eelgrass, and it appears that this would still be, if there was nothing else going on in this area, there would be, eelgrass coming in. And as we've seen, the work that the Land Council has done in repopulating a nearby area, where areas that didn't have any eelgrass, the new eelgrass is migrating there. I think we have to assume that eelgrass is possible to grow here. It's possible. It's a potential habitat and likely a historical habitat. And I do not think we can take any, allow any structures that would be light limiting over an area that is has potential for continuing and growing eelgrass, because it is such an important resource to not only the benthic habitat itself, but also specifically to our scallops. So unless, I do not think this is a eelgrass desert, and I believe that we should not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Joe?
I think there's a lot of assumptions. They think they're not going to have any adverse effects to the eelgrass, and it's so fragile and so at such a tipping point. And the town Land Council, Emily Molden, has invested a lot of time focusing on this issue. And I just feel that this pier is going to bring more damage to this area. So whether it's 5 feet high or whatever, I still think that it's going to bring more vessels, boats, etc., traveling over the eelgrass. It's going to cause a lot of damage. They're going to prop wash. He's also saying he doesn't think it's going to be a problem. Well, it's going to impact people walking along the beach, going by there at low tide. There's also, we don't know if it's going to have an impact on some other, kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders. There's other impacts, but I do think that, the boats traveling to this pier are going to cause a lot of impact and damage to the eelgrass that we need for our industry of the scallops and other shellfish and wildlife that's under the ocean. And so I really feel that this pier should not go into as the plan is drawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Comments from other commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the applicant proposing to move the pier out of the area containing eelgrass, but I'm concerned about the proposal of an outhaul pier. So essentially, if I understand correctly, the outhaul pier will be used to essentially moor a boat within the area of eelgrass, and that boat will be shading out the eelgrass that it's kind of floating on top of. So even if there's minimal disturbance to the seafloor with the installation of just one pile, sorry, not one pier, that whole pile, just one pile being put in, there's going to be a boat sort of permanently shading out an area of eelgrass, except when it's in use. And when it is in use, going back and forth between the pile and the pier for loading and unloading of passengers. We're talking about an area of very low depth, and I don't see how there won't be effects of prop wash in that area. So I think that pile is essentially doing the same thing, just being there with one pile as it would have been with the pier extending into the same area. If that pile wasn't there, I think a lot of what the representatives are saying, I could probably agree with. But I think that essentially putting the pile there versus putting the pier there has the same effect.
Thank you, Seth. I have to say, I almost had that same comment because I'm very worried about a boat going back and forth from that pile to the pier regularly, and essentially the trail of destruction that would create. I'm also concerned, and I know the applicant brought up Nantucket Marine. When I looked at that project, I was concerned with the sprawl of the docks and piers. And I feel that this also represents a sprawl of piers within the harbor, where this applicant could use the neighborhood pier just down the way. We've decided to add a second structure or an additional structure in the harbor where we should have open habitat space that hopefully, will be good scallop habitat in 10 years, 15 years, if we can, continue eelgrass restoration in this area. So, I still find this application concerning, and I think there are performance standards that it does not meet. Any other thoughts from commissioners? Ian? Oh, you're muted.
I apologize to you, to Mr. Bailey. So in the introduction to the project narrative, you say you're seeking permission to extend an existing dock. And in light of the fact that the niece of the owners, the previous owners, the Stewarts, said that they never considered it a dock, I was wondering on what basis you consider this to be an extension of an existing dock.
Mr. Bailey, do you have a response?
Sure. I mean, it is a licensed solid fill pier. First of all, as I did say at the beginning, this really isn't an issue for the commission. It's a zoning issue. But you've got someone that with their own 300-foot dock, by the way, that is objecting to this project. So, take that for what it's worth. We will, we have a lot of information, air photos, other information about this and why it's a pre-existing, we feel it's a pre-existing pier, and we will bring all that forward when we have to go to the zoning board.
Dan, forgive, Madam Chair, may I?
Yeah, yep, Ian.
So Dan, I'm just asking, we get all these letters that we read, and she claims that it was never a pier or a dock. And so when was it licensed is my question.
It was just licensed within the last few years.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
may I expand and respond to that?
Yes, you can. Art.
I was trying to find the page in your packet, but it's the license that was issued, which is included somewhere in the packet, but I have a copy of it in front of me. The first thing it says is, please check all that apply below. And the very first item that's checked is that it's a pier / dock and that it has piles. And I also read the correspondence from the neighbor, and I somewhat think it's a matter of semantics where they actually say it was used for loading and unloading. I mean, I don't know what you call it, but if you're loading something into the water from a structure, it seems like a dock to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Art. Maureen?
Well,
I'll Ian follow up and then Maureen.
Well, but Art, surely anything that you could load from there would be a kayak or, a dinghy that you've pulled up onto the shore, basically. We're talking about inches of water.
If I may, Madam Chair.
I guess this isn't getting us anywhere, so I'll
I would just
withdraw
agree.
that question.
I would just agree if I could, Madam Chair, that exactly. And the historical use that they described was loading, I think, rocks onto, probably a very shallow draft type barge to float them out and build those groins. But again, I think that any kind of a structure that's in filled tidelands serving that kind of a purpose, the exact length of it, just because it's small, again, maybe it's semantics, I don't want to go around, but I think that it would fit that definition. And it seemed that Mass DEP Waterways, agreed and issued the license and called it exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Maureen?
Yeah, I would just like to say that the comments I made have nothing to do with whether this is a historic pier, a dock, a float, a bunch of rocks. The point that this will have an impact upon eelgrass habitat, that to me is the threshold question. And I'm glad that Seth mentioned also the pipe that both Ashley and Seth mentioned the pile for the out. I can't remember what's it called for the or another place where you can tie the boat up that's away from the dock. That will be clearly destructive. I mean, there's visible eelgrass right there, and also one of the issues that was discussed at length at the class I attended last week was the impact of the use of any light preventing structure, and then the usage of that structure can also have even more impact than just the mere, in this case, the mere pile itself, which clearly does not meet our performance standards. And then once you add to it the shadow and other disturbance from whatever boats or whatever else might be tied up to this, those are threshold issues, and I do not see that the applicant has met them. I don't care whether it's a pier or a dock. They haven't met the performance standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Can I get Could I get a quick word in, Madam Chair?
Sure, Jack.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments I've heard so far. First, from Commissioner Phillips, I totally understand your concern about eelgrass. I'm concerned about eelgrass too. I see areas of loss of eelgrass all over Cape Cod, really, and Nantucket now. And it is something that we should all be trying to prevent as much as possible. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Could I possibly get the plan, the latest plan, back up on screen?
Joanne, is it possible to screen share that again? Thank you.
Okay. So this is and the image that you see here was actually, it's very current. It was just taken last week. So it gives you, I think, a very clear appreciation of the extent of the eelgrass at the site. And it's that dark cloudy image that you see cutting diagonally across the image. And you can see the proposed location of the pile is in an area where there's sparse and even areas of bare, there are areas that are devoid of eelgrass entirely that we could possibly use. And I think I'm fairly certain that we could find a bare spot out there that the pile could go into. I want to point out that there is a natural limit to the depth of water required for eelgrass to thrive. Even in the best of conditions, eelgrass does not extend up into the intertidal zone. In fact, it generally requires about half a foot or so of water depth before it can really thrive. There are exceptions to that, but I think the depth or the extent of eelgrass, the limit on the landward side, the limit of the eelgrass is fairly representative here at this location. So I do not expect that eelgrass would colonize the area where the dock is now proposed. Could it colonize the area where the outhaul pile is now? Certainly. It obviously could. You might ask yourselves why we have these bare spots in the eelgrass. And I suspect that the moorings have a lot to do with that. When you have a mooring, you have a chain anchor rod that drags across the bottom. As the boat swings around, it is going to obviously have a detrimental effect on the eelgrass. And I've seen it over and over again. And it's confounding to me that conservation commissions aren't more concerned about the impact of moorings on eelgrass. In this case, we have a situation where the dock, the pile that's proposed out there, could actually replace that mooring that you see in that area. So you would go from having a situation where you have a 6-foot radius from a anchor, the mooring anchor, created by the swing of the chain, being replaced by a single point of a 12-inch diameter pile that remains stationary. So I would argue that the pile is a much better arrangement in terms of eelgrass protection than a single mooring is. Much better. There was also a point I wanted to make about the effects of shadow from a boat that's positioned on a dock versus a boat that is swinging. Now, in that case, I think a mooring is a better arrangement because you don't have the constant shadow of a stationary boat affecting the eelgrass underneath. Similarly, a boat that's tied up to an outhaul would be expected to have a swing as well. So it's not going to be stationary. It won't be occupying or casting a shadow over the same area of eelgrass over the course of the day. It will be moving around with the current and the wind. So that's the points I just wanted to make here, and hopefully the commissioners can consider those thoughts as they render a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about that photo overlay. What is the dark coloration that looks like it's just northeast of your dock?
You're probably referring to the seaweed that's accumulated on the north side of the groin there.
Yes. So what
Yeah,
kind of seaweed are we using?
That could be dead eelgrass. I don't know for sure what it is, but it's fairly common. You'll see seaweed and other items accumulate along the shore in the upcurrent side of the jetty. That's not eelgrass. I can assure you that.
Okay, so there's no active plant growth there.
No.
No.
Okay. I thought I saw some commissioners' hands up, but the screen switched. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a few things I have to point out. One is we didn't delve deep into the state standards, the Wetlands Protection Act. And I think in particular, under Land Under the Ocean 1025, in the Wetlands Protection Act, number 6, parts B and E are relevant here. B is projects that are going to cause destruction of eelgrass, and E is alteration of shallow submerged lands with high densities of polychaetes, mollusks, and macrophytic algae. I don't know if there's been a survey done in the shallow area of those resources. I know underwater footage was taken that showed, in addition to mapped eelgrass, there was other forms of macroalgae. I know just generally, this is anecdotal, but from spending time in that part of the harbor, there's definitely a variety of mollusks and polychaetes who use shallow water in the harbor, polychaete worms, and different species of marine snail and things like that. So I think we need some investigation into whether those resources are going to be affected in this area of the proposed dock. And I think just generally, I understand the discussion of what the effects of a mooring versus an outhaul pile are. And essentially, the applicant wants to put their boat somewhere out in the harbor. But a very reasonable alternative, let's say even if there is an outhaul pile, a very reasonable alternative to get to that outhaul pile would just be to launch the dinghy that they're going to use from the pier from the shore instead. They have frontage along the entirety of the coastal beach. So if they want just a location to essentially moor their boat out in the harbor, they can access the waterfront from their beach using a kayak or dinghy or whatever it is, get to their boat that way, hook the dinghy up to the outhaul pile, and take the boat wherever they're going to go, and then switch it back when they return without needing the pier at all. So I think that alternative needs to be considered as well.
Thank you, Seth. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Looks like no, so we'll open it up to the public. RJ?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm RJ Turcotte for the Nantucket Land Council, and I have a few points I submitted to your office this morning. I hope you've had a chance to look at. We enlisted Dave Burdick again, Dr. Dave Burdick from UNH, who's done a lot of work in Nantucket Harbor, specifically on eelgrass. And he submitted a comment letter to the commission for you guys to review. I won't go into it in detail, but for those of you who don't know, Dr. Burdick has done extensive research on the impacts of docks, piers, and associated structures on eelgrass, specifically here in Nantucket Harbor and Walkaway Bay over on the Cape. And the Land Council has worked with them in the past. And the state of Massachusetts, DEP, essentially uses his research as a playbook for determining the impacts of these sorts of structures. So for the second time now, because we enlisted him when this proposal first came up and back when it was 280 odd feet long, he submitted a comment letter then, and he's also submitted a comment letter today for you folks to read, essentially stating the same concerns. So this is an area that is very sensitive, and it's just not a good spot for this dock, no matter how well designed. And so I hope you all get a chance to read that. The next thing I want to get into is the Pierce Atwood letter about those other 3 projects that were referenced earlier. So as far as Nantucket Marine goes, I was not conspicuously absent from that one. That one was actually one of the very first projects that I got to comment on, and I was petrified and I was sweating through my shirt for you commissioners who were there at the time. And that project had a very different set of conditions and concerns. So that area has not historically supported eelgrass. Our main concern at the Land Council was how were those seasonal floats going to impact that salt marsh just feet away in Hither Creek. That's a huge issue there. That's a beautiful salt marsh, and we were worried about prop wash, and we were worried about those kinds of issues. And the other thing to remember about Nantucket Marine's project is it's not residential, it's a commercial use, and that it's seasonal floats, and this commission specifically conditioned it so that if adverse impacts were found, that structure's out, that will be removed. So that's a very different project from 46 Trimble Pond Road. The next one is Petrel Landing, which was a little before my time, but again, those are seasonal floats. That's a location in the boat basin that is close to shell fishing. It has been for decades. It has different types of bottom sediment there in the harbor that are not as conducive to growing eelgrass. There's some eelgrass in the area, but there's such heavy commercial and recreational use there that eelgrass is just never going to have the chance it does elsewhere in the harbor. It's very developed in the boat basin, as you know. And as far as the town pier goes, that one is an existing structure that they did their best with what they were working with, the applicants, as far as adapting to the way wave action comes out of the northern part of the harbor and trying to protect those structures and protect what the harbor master deems is important for emergency response. And also there's very significant public benefit to that structure. And for the most part, they did also stay out of the eelgrass. And again, the boat basin is just not an area that we look at and say, hey, we can absolutely restore eelgrass to what it once was there. As much as we would love to, it's just not an area that is a focus. So those 3 projects are night and day different from what we're looking at on 46 Trimble Pond Road. So it's not really, it's apples to oranges. So this boat is going to require some sort of access, and I guess I'll ask through the chair what type of float or gangway is going to be used to access this boat.
Does one of the representatives have a response?
Sure, I could. There's no float proposed. There, for the outhaul, it would be your typical pulley type of a system. And then, from the fixed pier, really no different than the town pier, the fixed portion, not the floatings or the boat basin with fixed finger pier sort of a situation. And you've got your tide change. So sometimes it's a little bit easier than others to get on and off the boat.
Thank you, Art.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess in conclusion, I'd just like to reiterate all the points we've been making. both in the first application with the longer pier and with this one. This is an area we're actively trying to restore. This is an area that has a good chance of supporting eelgrass again. There are multiple performance standards that cannot be met for this project. You have a letter from a commercial scalloper who's saying that this is going to have an impact. You have now another letter from the researcher who essentially wrote the playbook that Mass DEP uses to assess these projects, saying this is a bad idea and will set a bad precedent. And there's not really any comparing this structure to the other ones cited in the Pierce Atwood letter. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. I guess, Jeff, are you trying to do public comment? Can I have Mark Beal make a comment first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question of the applicant. Did I hear correctly? It'll be the walkway will be 5 feet above mean high water.
That's correct.
Yes.
So to continue that thought, at mean low water-ish, it'll be an 8-foot drop down to the boat. So with no float, is that realistic?
Yeah, so you'd have a ladder similar to, the dock next door. While that one does have a float, that's up, pretty high as well. And you'll notice that we have steps shown on the plan to get up to that elevation. And again,
Okay,
to the shading concerns at 2.5 feet wide and that height, we don't believe that all goes to the same point of as well as for passage underneath.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jeff, let's go with the public comment.
Sure, we don't have a lot, Madam Chair. Peter Brace put in some comments as a member of the Harbor and Shellfish Advisory Board. So I'll just run through all of them all at once and then we'll go from there. So he asked how shallow around this pier. It was just said that it'll be too shallow for a boat to navigate near this pier, but how can this be so if a pier is being built for its owner to access his boats? And then they can't make the claim that the pier won't be a hazard to navigation until it's installed and we see how boats operate near it. And then he continued with one final one that said, the idea behind the Land Council's eelgrass transplanting project is to get eelgrass to grow in currently barren parts of Nantucket Harbor. And that was it.
That's it. Thank you, Jeff. All right. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Looks like no. So I'll ask the applicant's representatives, what would you guys like to do?
If I may, Madam Chair, I have one last response just to the discussion that may be helpful in your deliberations.
Yes, go ahead.
You brought up the area or sort of the dead eelgrass next door, and I took the photos. I had an additional photo that I think would be helpful to share, and we'll of course send in and make part of the presentation and the materials. If it's okay with you to share that, I think it would be helpful. It shows that area pretty well.
Okay. Are you trying to share your screen now?
Only if that's okay. I didn't want to be presumptive.
No, I think that's fine. And then you'll have to send the photo to Jeff for the packet.
Right. So this photo taken the same day shows the area of, I believe it's mostly, accumulated dead eelgrass that kind of gets caught up in this area here. And the other thing that I thought that this picture may be helpful in the deliberations is to show in terms of how far, when there was discussion about eelgrass and how far it really is from the shore, you can see as you move to the east, there really, we are seaward, landward of, where that eelgrass typically, would grow. As you can see, kind of going in this direction. So, and in terms of navigation, back to the other point too, I think that it's important to consider the stone groin that's right there. This doesn't extend all that much further out. So, as far as navigation goes and interrupting that, I don't think that that's a really a valid claim or impact, if you will, for use of the harbor. So anyway, I hope that you find that helpful, and I will email that into Joe immediately following the hearing.
Thank you, Art.
I can leave this up or stop, depending on whatever you prefer.
I think you can stop screen sharing. I think everybody's had an opportunity to view it.
Thank you.
Seth looks like has a question.
Yeah, a question or somewhat clarifying my earlier points about how this boat actually is going to be accessed. So if the boat's going to be at the outhaul pile, will there be a dinghy or some sort of access craft moored at the pier itself?
Actually, I'll take that one because I think we're actually prepared to take the outhaul off the table. You know, we hear your comments, and you know, we will remove it. Would accept a condition removing it from the plan, so that you know, really the concerns that you raised, Seth, and the chairwoman raised about vessels going back and forth are eliminated.
Thank you. Seth, does that kind of answer your question, or are you still wondering about a dinghy going to like a mooring?
No, that answers my question. Thank you, and thank you to Dan.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. So what would the applicant like to do here? Would you like to continue or try and close this evening?
I think we're prepared to close.
Okay. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close?
Yes, you have all of the required information for this application.
Okay. So is there a motion to close?
Yes.
Motion made by Ian. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Good night.
Thank you.
Right.
Jack.
And that moves us on in the agenda to 11 Crooked Lane LLC at Westchester Street Extension, and this is represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the extension of a low-pressure sewer force main, Westchester Street Extension, the road that goes up behind the animal hospital, and the line is shown in green. We continued this from the first public hearing for natural heritage response, which we have received, and they made the determination of no adverse impact or effect. And I don't believe there was any outstanding questions or concerns. I believe it's a beneficial project in terms of removing nutrient loading completely from the area from on-site septic systems. And I'd be happy to take questions or concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? One was pretty straightforward. Jeff, is there any public comment on this one? Okay. Do we have everything we need to close?
Yes, you do.
Art, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Okay, is there a motion?
Also move.
All right, motion made by Mark. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank
Art.
you. Thank you.
And that moves us on to Steamship Authority at 1 Steamship Wharf, and this is represented by Brad Saunders.
Good evening. Thank you. This work was an emergency dredging project that was conducted at the end of the ferry terminal pier. A emergency certification was issued by the commission on the 16th of September, and the work was conducted on September 25th. The notice of intent is filed as an after-the-fact notice of intent to comply with the special condition that was in the emergency certification that a notice of intent under the Nantucket bylaw be submitted within 21 days of the work. And that was done. The work was actually authorized under the emergency certification for up to 100 cubic yards of material. The material that was removed was only 84 cubic yards. It was necessary to get to a minimum depth of -9 feet at mean low water. And prior to the initiation of dredging, 2 sediment samples were collected and sent off to the lab for analysis. Those analyses did not come back within the 21 days, so we had to send that as supplemental information to the commission. The samples came back as clean material, clean sand material, less than 5% of fines within that. The material was removed using an environmental bucket dredge, and a silt curtain was deployed prior to initiation of dredging so that there wouldn't be any discharge of suspended sediments outside of the work area. The entire area dredged was about 1,550 square feet in area. And the 84 cubic yards of material was transported by barge to New Bedford, where it was kept at the contractor's yard pending the results of the sediment sampling analysis. It came back as clean material, so the contractor will be disposing of it in New Bedford as clean fill material. And we also addressed the performance standards, which I won't go through. They're the land under the ocean. You've already heard them. So that's pretty much it. I also wanted to say that the Steamship Authority is going to be proposing some additional dredging in the next few months around the pier for the same purpose, but it wasn't in a situation where it needed to be done as an emergency. So that will be filed as soon as the sediment sampling is done and approved, and we have the information necessary for the commission. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I doubt we really have any regulatory oversight in this area, but just related to the dredged material that was removed, I would just ask if the project representative would consider potentially looking into mitigation sand projects on Nantucket that require, clean sand of a certain grain size and chemical analysis to be used. Since we've run into issues with unclean fill in the past, and now we have, chemically analyzed good sand, I'd hate for it to be used in New Bedford rather than Nantucket. So I don't think we can really compel you to do anything, but there are projects here on Nantucket that could use that sand. So I'd just look into that if you're willing to.
Well, I think they're perfectly willing to look into that, particularly for additional dredging that might be needed out there.
Thank you. That is a great idea from Seth, and that sediment could definitely be used on the island. Yeah. Ian, you had a comment or question?
Oh, I do. And as a layperson, I was staggered by the depth and breadth of the chemical analyses. And I mean, it seemed that every chemical one's ever heard of, organic and inorganic, is present in that sediment. And even DDT apparently is still present at a level of 1% or 1.13%. So I wonder if Mr. Saunders could just, is this, I mean, and it's defined as clean fill. So I'd love to hear you elaborate on this aspect of it. I mean, I take it this is found throughout the world at this point, or, you know, if you dug into the beach, you'd find the same levels of chemical, I won't use the word contamination if it's considered clean, but presence, chemical presence. Thank you.
Well, not being a chemist myself, I can't get into too much of that. All I know is that it met the standards for in the Commonwealth for consideration as clean fill material for disposal as clean fill. So I can't really get into, well, what individual standard it was. That's more something that came from the laboratory.
And Ian, chemicals like DDT can stay present even in like human body systems. So people who grew up in the 60s can sometimes see those contaminants still in their fatty tissue. So they unfortunately perpetuate in systems.
Right. And in fact, National Geographic had an article about 10 years ago. One of their reporters, they did an analysis of the chemicals in his body, and they were able to tell him where he grew up. So it was fascinating. I was just really curious. So, yeah. I mean.
Good questions. Seth, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, it's just related to the testing being done. You know, a lot of these things tested for, it seems like there's tons and tons of things, but really they fall into kind of some basic groups: heavy metals, VOCs, PCBs, and each of those have detection limits that are essentially what the lab is looking at to see if something is considered at an unsafe level. And not being a chemist or a LSP, I can't really get into that too much either, but that's kind of how the testing is done. Just because something may be there, it might not be at a level that is considered dangerous or of concern. And I'm sure if you reach out to Alpha Analytics, they could give you more, or Alpha Analytical, they could give you more specifics on the test run.
If I may, Madam Chair, I just would like to iterate that I was very impressed by how exhaustive the testing was. So I wasn't implying any criticism. I was just curious.
I think all good questions, and good for the public to hear this discussion to get some clarification for themselves as well. Because there are multiple pages of these test results in our packet. So I think it's very appropriate questions.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one?
No, we do not.
Okay. Do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Saunders, would you like to close?
Certainly, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second? Seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Beal.
Aye.
Engelborg.
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding.
Aye.
LaFleur.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
I think that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to George L. Balboa at 71R Cliff Road, and this is represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the applicant, George L. Balboa, who is a prospective purchaser of this subject property. Property is located at 71R Cliff Road. It is currently owned by Elizabeth Powell, who also owns 69 Cliff Road, which is a single-family dwelling located as the southerly abutter to this particular vacant lot. The application before you is a notice of intent for the proposed construction of a single-family dwelling and parking area with associated grading, landscaping, and utility installation within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. A studio, a pool, and a cabana are also shown on the plan. They are all, though, outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction, but we did depict them on the plan as, I know typically pools, whether on a lot that are under your jurisdiction, would carry with them some restrictions. The property itself is located on the north side of Cliff Road with access that is via a private way that services 3 properties. Number 69 Cliff Road, which is owned by Richard E. Griffin as a trustee with others. And also number 69.5 Cliff Road, which is owned by Halo Padir and Karen M. Teagan. So those 2 properties utilize this private way for access. The site itself is approximately 6,696 square feet and is currently undeveloped. It's an undeveloped residential lot in the R1 zoning district. And the surrounding land uses are all residential. The abutters to the east are all located on Hamblin Road. There are 2 abutters to the east, number 73 and number 73 Cliff Road and number 1 Hamblin Road. The lot itself was created in 1976, so it has been a vacant lot that's been there for some time. It was created as a part of the current Powell dwelling, which is located at 71. The property was issued a determination of applicability on August 24th of 2016, in which no work was proposed. A positive 2A and a negative 2 determination was issued by the commission. That determination has since expired. The site itself does not contain a resource area. That has not changed since the determination of applicability. And the existing resource area that we are talking about tonight is actually located on the Griffin property to the east, and it is a bordering a vegetated wetland. You'll notice on the plan, there is a line, approximate wetland line is confirmed by David Haynes, which is depicted to the far east of the drawing. The 50-foot no-build is east of the gravel driveway or access road to the properties, and the 100-foot buffer crosses into the subject property. The site itself is not located within a flood hazard area, and it is also not mapped under Mass Endangered Species Act. Site plan before you shows a proposed driveway off of the private way. It shows a proposed dwelling, shows a proposed studio, pool, and a cabana. The driveway and the dwelling themselves fall within your jurisdiction. The site varies in grade from elevation 34 up to about 36 or 37. There is a hole or a low spot in the middle of the site that would be filled. The red lines you see on the plan itself are the proposed grading for the site. You'd have an approximate 3 to 4 foot fill within the center of the site. The dwelling would be elevated. The pool, studio, and the backside would match existing grade on the essentially the Hamblin Road properties. Site would be serviced by town water and town sewer. It is not on-site septic in this particular area. The site has been issued a DEP file number as part of our notice of intent filing. I have reached out today and had conversations with two of the abutters that expressed some concern and submitted some information through staff. One was the owner of 1 Hamblin Road. And I also spoke with Ethan Griffin, who many of you may know is an architect on island and is actually Richard Griffin's son. So I did at least reach out to them because they had concerns. I did provide Ethan the detailed site plan that you have before you. In my conversation with the owners over at Hamblin Road, focused, I think, somewhat to an extent on their concern with the studio location and the pool location and the cabana location, as they're very close to their property, albeit outside of your jurisdiction. I did indicate that I think a lot of the concerns that they may have with regard to those would be addressed more specifically by the Historic District Commission. I did not speak with Richard. The indication was, I think, that both the abutters on Hamblin and Richard may be on this call tonight and listening in. So we're happy to answer any specific questions that they may have. The site itself, we do believe has a perched water table. There has been some soil testing on the site that we have not been able to find out who did it yet, but there was some recent activity on the site where a test pit was done. I am looking into that. At this point, with regard to the building itself, whereas Mr. Balboa is a prospective purchaser, this building was kind of an initial layout, if you will, with his local designer. We suspect that the building footprint at some point, when they move along further in the process, if he decides to do that, will somewhat change. And quite honestly, the indication I had today was probably that the studio was not even going to be part of any future discussions. And I bring that up because depending upon whether this water table is perched, we have not asked for any waivers at this point for the foundation system. And my hope is that we can keep any of the foundation system at that point outside of your jurisdiction, so we would not potentially need the waiver if that was a requirement, if that was something that we had to deal with. Again, the application before you is for the driveway and the dwelling within the 100. Mr. Balboa is a prospective purchaser of the property. And as I said, the plan that you have before you is an initial guide to what he would like to do, which includes that rear structure, which is an option that he will look into in the proposed pool, the cabana, and then the development of the site. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission and or the abutters may have.
Thank you, Paul. Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry I was on mute, but I need to recuse myself from this project because I'm working at 69.5 Cliff Road. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Maureen?
Thank you. I had a question, Paul, about the construction entry. Now I see that this private way that people have been using that goes right through the 25, if I'm reading the map right. Let's see. Is that right, Paul?
No, Maureen, if you look at if Joe could put the plan back up, the heavier, darker line, it's actually the right of way is actually outside of the 50-foot no build. So you have the vegetated wetland, there's a heavy line there, which is the 50-foot no build, and then the 100-foot buffer. So that the gravel drive itself is actually outside of the 50.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thank you, because I was looking looking at it from the wrong way. Okay, thank you.
If I could just actually mention one more thing through the chair.
Yeah.
The grading itself does self is graded to contain drainage on itself, and then in the front of the lot there's a low area which is provided a grass swale which would handle the runoff from both the driveway and the and the lot itself.
Thank you.
And that's labeled, there is the grass swale is labeled at the front of the lot along the private way.
And that's actually an area that I had a question about, because when I looked at this, that area between the 25 and 50 looked like it to be altered in its entirety.
So let me shed some light on on why there's a couple different buffer zones shown on this plan. So there was an old line when we did the RDA. There was an old line that John Chagru had shown on the Griffin property that dated back to 2000, and it showed John had shown for whatever reason a wetland line that was further or closer to the private right-of-way than we felt was actually out there. So we had David Haynes go out and look at that specific area. And then this week I met with Jeff on site again, to review that. And what we had determined that for whatever reason, John may have just shown the line and maybe had looked at vegetation in that area. But the older 2000 line that John had as shown as a wetland line, we're of the opinion that that's not the wetland line. And that's why you see the old Chagru line with a 25, 50, and 100. But then we have the line as we feel that David Haynes and Jeff and I had looked at this week has the heavier 50-foot and 100-foot buffer, which again, the 50-foot does not even come up to the traveled way on the private right-of-way.
Thank you, Paul. I'm gonna have to look at this plan a little bit more closely because I think I must be confused by these lines somehow. Ian?
I'm totally confused because I assumed the 25-foot and 50-foot no disturb or no build, no disturb goes absolutely across the private way. And I don't see where the new line that Paul is referring to, where it's drawn or delineated as such. So color me puzzled.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff might have a clarification for us. So Jeff.
Yeah, so the screen that was just shared, that Joanne showed, we shared the original plan and not the post site evaluation plan that Paul has been referencing the whole time. So Paul, do you have that plan? Because for whatever reason, we're having trouble finding the digital version of that plan.
Yeah, that was emailed by Chloe, I know, just recently. So I can't really see the screen too well. So I'm not sure if I can share that or not. So that. I fully understand why everyone is questioning what I'm talking about then.
Well, at least now we've connected the dots and know why everybody's confused.
All right, I got it.
Okay,
right.
So Jeff's gonna screen share, I think.
Can everyone see that plan?
Yes, can you zoom in a little bit on the area in question?
That makes sense.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, that makes a lot more sense now.
So can I just walk through a little bit what Paul and I went over in the field so it makes a little bit more sense?
Yes.
So when we went back and looked at the wetland line that was here, we went back and looked at the soils and kind of thinking about in 2000 when that line was originally done was before they were requiring soils to be included in a vegetated wetland determination. It was just based upon plants. So when we took to look at it again, just to kind of approximate it, we looked back and the area that's kind of in the west there is kind of dominated by black cherry, and we looked at the soils and they didn't show any signs of hydrology. And when we got into where the wetland line is, and I'm pointing with my pen like you can see it, but when we got into this area, we had a pretty stark transition into winterberry and high-bull sprueberry, and we definitely started to pick up what looked to be kind of a glayed out horizon at about 14 to 16 inches beneath the ground and started seeing models. So we had a very transitional hydric soil that was there. And I think conservatively in our review, we felt that that was probably a pretty fair approximation of the wetlands for that small stretch. Obviously didn't look beyond or any further. But that's kind of what we looked at and how we got to that line that's presenting the darker lines that are there.
Thank you, Jeff. That's definitely helpful.
And not to throw on a very nice man in John Chagru, but kind of looking back at the aerial photographs, that original wetland line is remarkably close to the edge of brush in the 1998 aerial photograph. So he may have just located the edge of brush and called it wet just to get going, but that would not be unheard of.
Okay. This definitely helps to clarify things, so thank you. Has everybody had a chance to view this?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we can end screen sharing now. Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners now that we have a little bit better idea what's going on? Looks like no. I know, Paul, you mentioned you were going to go back and get like soil data to find where the water table is. So you'll present that information in the next meeting.
The only reason I was concerned with that is if we needed to ask for the groundwater waiver, I can either do this one of two ways. I mean, we'll see what comments we would have from the abutters, obviously, but was that we could ask to close this hearing and acknowledging that it's closed without a groundwater waiver, or we could proceed if I can find that groundwater data. If not, we're going to get in there with a machine ourselves and do a test pit. So, I guess let's see what we can get from the neighbors here, and we'll make a decision on which way to go here.
Okay. I know for me, I'd like to have that groundwater data before we would approve, especially because there's so much fill proposed. I think it's important information for our deliberations.
Okay. I mean, it's something that for my client we should know, we want to know anyway. I mean, there's no question. And if I cannot get the data that was done by somebody who was on that site, we'll go back in with a machine and do a deep test hole ourselves. I mean, we'd like to see what's in there.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
So if there's no other questions from commissioners, we'll give it to the public or Jeff.
Yeah, we have quite a few, so I'll try to run through. So Ethan Griffin provided some comments via email, so he didn't have to type into the YouTube. So I'll try to get through them. There are 7 points, so I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. He said site elevations should be shot to verify existing topography. GIS-based topos do not seem to fully reflect the significance of the dip in the grade. 2, site is largely in a gully. Proposed fill or regrading should be shown on the plan. 3, schematic plans do not show any hardscaping or decking around the pool as any anticipated. 4, house, pool cabana, studio, and pool represent a large percentage of ground cover as it relates to the lot size. 5, given the topography and proposed ratio of ground cover to land area, is there any on-site runoff control being proposed? 6, has the groundwater table been located, and if so, what is the elevation? 7, if accessory structures are eliminated, consider moving the house further from the 50-foot buffer zone line. So that was from Mr. Griffin. And then to go through the YouTube comments quickly. Sorry, we have them there. Meryl and Michael Browlower, hopefully I said that correctly. I apologize if I did not. Commented that they were concerned about the density of this program. And they have respectfully suggested that you take a look at this, and they are concerned with runoff. Halil Padir said that the proposed dwelling and studio, not including the pool or cabana, takes up over 30% of the lot size, which seems quite high. What is the allowable ratio per Nantucket Building Code? And then he continued that he was concerned about the roof runoff and that he would also like to understand the groundwater data. That is it.
Right. Thank you, Jeff, for reading those. What do
If
you
I could.
think? Yep.
Thank you. Ethan's comments were initially generated without the benefit of the site plan that you have before you, and that's what I did share with him today. And with regard to ground cover, so this area is in the R1 zoning district. The allowable ground cover is 30% with regard to zoning. But remember, ground cover pools, a pool itself does not count against ground cover. What counts against ground cover would be structure, studio, the dwelling, but the pool would not count. So what's shown complies with the zoning aspect of meeting the 30% ground cover. But that's really not it's more of an issue with regard to the zoning code and density. And then I did appreciate the comments from the Mr. Padir. He is the abutter to the north, and I have not spoken to him. So that's the first time that we've gotten input from him. And I appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Paul. Any kind of final questions or comments from commissioners? So Paul, would you like to continue this for 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. And then between now and that time, we'll do that soil testing, or try to find the soil testing that was done for the lot, and then see where we are with that component of it.
Okay, and I think I misspoke. It's actually going to be 3 weeks until our next meeting. So it's
What I was just about to say.
yeah, it's November 19th would be the next one. Okay, so this will continue until November 19th. And that moves us on to Mainsail LLC at 3 Pops Lane, also represented by Paul Santos.
Okay. Thank you. For the applicant, Mainsail LLC, this is a notice of intent for work at 3 Pops Lane. Mainsail LLC is essentially, it's a members of the Morin family who have had a long history and own this property for some time out in Madtucket. This is essentially, Pops Lane is a small, what appears to be a driveway kind of at the intersection of Madtucket Road and Washington Avenue. And it is a piece of property that's accessed through Pops Lane and is located behind number 4 Washington Avenue, on the backside, essentially off of Washington Ave and Madtucket Road. The application itself is for the proposed expansion of a deck, which occurs outside of the 50-foot setback and within an existing lawn area. It's depicted in the gray shaded area on the plan that you see before you. It is also for the removal of encroaching vegetation, primarily which is poison ivy, with associated grading and landscaping within the buffer zone to a coastal bank. We've mentioned that it's primarily poison ivy. Within that area, though, I believe there are some photos in the application. The area does contain some bayberry, blackberry, and some Rosa rugosa. The property itself is, again, on the east side of Pops Lane, contains approximately 69,009 square feet. It consists of a primary dwelling, a garage studio, and it's on essentially a fully developed residential lot. The surrounding land use is residential. The application or the plan itself does also show a septic system upgrade. It's a upgrade to a nitrogen removal or IA technology system. That is also proposed. That falls completely outside of Concom jurisdiction, but we did depict it on the plan that you have before you. The site the site proposal, the work that's proposed does not occur within a flood hazard zone, and also doesn't occur within land subject to the Mass Endangered Species Act. We have depicted erosion control will be installed along the limit of work with regard to the proposed area of clearing. So in addition to the deck expansion, there's also an area of shaded that we're looking to clear out the existing vegetation and replace it with essentially a lawn area. If you go back and look at the site, which has been in the Moran family for a number of years, you'll see as you go further back and further back, it was less dense and vegetated over the years. It's just this certain area has been left to vegetate. And what they would like to do now is kind of essentially create more of a lawn area along that backside and then expand that deck to wrap around the existing dwelling. That is the extent of the application. No waivers are required. No waivers are necessary. The area of the vegetation does fall outside of the 50-foot no build, and there's been no disturbance between the 25 and the 50 with regard to those set of standards. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Paul.
Could I add to that there's no irrigation proposed with the application?
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do you have any questions from the public at this point?
No, you have all the required information.
We do? Okay. Paul, would you like to close this one?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erickson, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And that have a good night. That moves us on to amended orders of conditions. We have New England Development, Lot 3, Mariner Way, represented by Catherine Barnicle, Mike Duffy, and Rick Baudet.
Great. Oh, yeah, okay. Hi, this is Katie Barnicle. I'm a senior wetland scientist at AECOM representing SP Norwell LLC, care of New England Development. And this is Lot 3 on Mariner Way. We came in front of the commission back in 2015 for the construction of Mariner Way and the lots associated with Mariner Way. And so we had the individual orders of conditions for all the individual lots, and we're in front of you now with Lot 3. This is still a valid order of conditions that's been extended through to 2021. And we're requesting an amended order of conditions for a revised footprint and some other amenities like a change in material for the driveway and also a fence. This area is completely within the 100-year floodplain. And this lot is within 100 feet of a small isolated vegetated wetland right off of Washington Street, where everyone parks to go down to the beach. So there's the 100-foot buffer zone is shown on the plan. There was some misinterpretation on our part, which I do apologize for, because we submitted a request for a certificate of compliance for this lot because the building does exist. And we were notified that we would have to do an amended order of conditions. We had submitted this revised plan back in 2016. We thought it would just be like an administrative approval, but there was no approval. So we didn't really have this plan on record. So when we came in with the certificate of compliance, we realized we got to do an amended order of conditions. So this building is constructed. We are requesting an amended order of conditions for this, for the as-built plan in essence. it differs a little bit from the 2016 revised plan that we submitted. There's no second dwelling on the property. That is replaced by a patio. And we did add a fence. And there are some changes that there was going to be a block driveway, and it's now brick. So we are requesting an amended order of conditions for lot 3.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, are there any comments from the public? No. Do we have everything we would need to issue the amended order?
Yes, you have everything you need to close and issue.
Okay. Katie, would you like to close this tonight? I'm
Yes,
assuming.
we request that this be closed. Thank you.
Is there a motion to close and issue the amended order? Motion made by Maureen, seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
And I aim to please. I had to really pull my weight on that one. So glad I waited around so long for it.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good night.
All right, that moves us on to Luxury Brands Incorporated at 100 Low Beach Road, represented by Brian Madden and Jeff Blackwell.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden from LEC. The amendment request is for an order of conditions that has been amended and extended until November 2023, involving a pool and some other associated work activities. So the amendment request involves a reconfigured pool footprint with a spa, a reconfigured and expanded stone patio, combining 3 previously approved structures into one pool house, and a new pervious driveway parking area with updates to lawn, landscaping, and utilities. So all this work is in the western portion of the elongated parcel. No structures proposed within the 50-foot, greater than 50% of the land between the 25 and 50 feet are being protected, not disturbed, and essentially consistent with the previously approved project, and no new waivers requested for the update. I'll turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Brian, for the proposed structure that's associated with the pool, it looks like a very tiny portion of it, or maybe it's part of the patio. I can't really tell. Possibly extends over the 50-foot buffer zone line. Is that actually structural? Or is that a staircase or something?
No, nothing structural. Yeah, maybe it's
down there in southwest corner.
that's a stone patio that kind of wraps around the structure. So yeah, it tees off right at the 50-foot, and then the patio is that outer rectangular. Yeah, right there. So the patio, stone patio, goes into the 50-foot, but the structure itself does not.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? I know, Brian, I had some questions, and I'm not sure how much this differed from the original plan. But the lawn and planting area that's essentially like between the 25 and 50, I guess. What are the proposed plants there? And I'm concerned about what the lawn is going to look like, being this close to a vegetated wetland. Like a traditional Nantucket lawn is definitely not appropriate. So I didn't know if there was a landscaper that was going to be installing like Nantucket native grass species that could just be mowed, or what was going to happen there.
Yeah, so the landscaping plans haven't been finalized just yet, but the landscapers have been notified that everything native within the 50 feet, and currently not proposing any irrigation or fertilizer within that area. So, I mean, standard conditions, I think we would certainly consider here with respect to the down gradient vegetated wetland too.
Okay, thank you. Ian?
So, Madam Chair, this is a question to both Brian and Jeff, actually. The letter from the Sconset Trust that I'm sure Brian's read, and it claims that, in fact, your applicant has made a false statement in light of the inaccurate delineation of the resource area on the applicant's property as noted above. And then they make the point that the determination was over 18 years ago as to the resource boundary. And so I guess I'm wondering whether there should be a new determination made in light of this letter. So do you have an opinion on that, Jeff? Or Brian, do you feel that's an allegation that you feel has no validity?
No, I can certainly jump in. So the original RDA that was filed dates back to 2002, but this property has been subject to multiple applications over the years, and more recently heard this past last year, end of last year into the new year. You know, the resource areas haven't changed. This is a vegetated dunal type swale. You know, I've been out there myself, and there's a pretty clear break on transition from upland to that dunal swale. And, you know, I'll defer to Jeff, but I'm sure he's been out there in the past and can elaborate.
Jeff?
Sure. So just to kind of add into, and that reference that's on the plan really refers specifically to the barrier beach delineation. So the way barrier beach delineation works is most of those were mapped at one point by Massachusetts Coastal Zone Management, and they issued out barrier beach mapping, and they each were assigned a specific unit. And in 2002, the commission approved that barrier beach line on this site from that CZM determination that's there. So that, in addition to the other resource areas, but we've reviewed, you know, data forms for the vegetated wetland. In recent history, we reviewed the coastal dune. Those are all kind of the transient, for better or worse, wetlands that are there and resource areas that are there, where that other one is specifically a mapped unit from a state publication. So I think we're confident that the wetland delineations are still valid and still hold and are still accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I just have a question about this area, and I could be like off with my positioning a little bit. But doesn't this area flood sometimes? Like, don't those vegetated wetlands end up holding a lot more water periodically? And I guess I'm just wondering if the proximity of these structures will be impacted by that, like floodwater storage.
Yeah, certainly the vegetated swales do hold some standing water in the spring, and, you know, falling heavy rains. You know, it's very coarse sandy soils, so it drains, you know, rather quickly. But if the commission would like to, for the project to install some subsurface infiltration chambers to catch some of that runoff from the patio and from the pool house, we can certainly do that.
Well,
Ian, yep.
well, I mean, you're absolutely right. And from when I was a teenager, there were times of year when you could drive across, or you couldn't drive across to the south of Tom Nevers Pond. And I used to live at 77 Low Beach Road, and I would witness the flooding, I mean, periodically. So, and the photograph that the Sconset Trust has provided shows how close the flooding gets. And I would assume, but Brian, this is where we would be asking your opinion, that the flooding would get right up to the pool. So, you know, because it certainly floods the road there. Or in my experience, in the past, I haven't been down there for a few years, but in the past, I certainly would say that it would flood right over there.
Yeah, I think further out, once the road cuts into the dune, I certainly can see that. Up in this pool area, there is a gradual topographic elevation ascending, and it transitions to very, the buffer zone is mostly scrub oak growth, pretty tall scrub oak growth. So the flooding, as far as I understand, doesn't extend beyond the dunal swales.
Thank you, Brian. Jeff?
Yeah, if I can add on to that, this may actually help. I brought up a photo of the area because this is an area that we access for protected species management out on Low Beach and south of Tom Nevers Pond quite a bit. Just give me 1 second here and I will. Can everyone see that kind of the aerial that's there?
Yes.
All right. So just real quickly, the areas that we've always identified as flooding and areas where we see it most significantly is in the area that I'm kind of circling with my pointer right now, is where the most substantial flooding goes. And Ian, I totally agree that this roadway system that's here gets flooded out for portions of the year from time to time. And then the other spots that we see that are concerning that we've had problems with are a little further up into this area. And then we see this area flood pretty substantially as well. And that's some stuff we kept an eye on this year. And then this access road that goes through the dunes manages to kind of skirt all of that and avoid the area here that occasionally floods. So I agree it's a concern, but I just wanted everyone to kind of see it on the photo for what that was, because that's definitely something that we've looked at in the past in our site visits.
Yeah, and within that dune system, you know, the high points don't experience flooding, and those were the primarily open sandy areas that you saw. The lower areas where, you know, those are the pockets that receive the standing water.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Because I do remember seeing lots of standing water, and I was concerned at the proximity to this project. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Like, no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one?
No, nothing beyond what was submitted.
Okay. So do we have everything we would need to close and issue the amended order?
Yes, you do.
Brian, would you like to close an issue?
Please.
Great. Is there a motion? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal.
Aye.
Engelborg.
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding.
Aye.
LaFleur.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
And that moves us on in the meeting to certificates of compliance. We have Silver Fox Partners Real Estate LLC at 235 Madtucket Road. And this is represented by Jeff Carlson.
So this is a project that we've had on Madtucket Road before. For those who don't remember, this was originally for the installation of the in-ground pool It involved creating some kind of compensatory for some compensatory storage areas for some work within the flood zone and some retaining walls and patios that are around it. When this originally came in, you can kind of see the original date at June 18th. We did our site inspection and identified some issues where we didn't feel it was compliant. We engaged their representatives. We engaged their landscaper. Those issues have not been corrected. We've been carrying this for forever. So we are actually requesting from a staff level to deny the certificate of compliance and issue an enforcement action that they are not in compliance. And then we will go from there.
Well, there you go. So are there any questions before we make a motion for Jeff?
I'm happy to run through some of the issues that people want, or if we want to take it up later, we certainly can.
Jeff, this is the one that had the storage by the road and the storage by the back of the property, right?
Correct. And you guys selected that they only needed to do compensatory storage number 2, if you can see there. But per the design plan and per what's on the ground there, they don't match the kind of, just to run through them all. The pool equipment area and that shed has changed location and configuration. The retaining walls that are kind of in the heavy black arrows to the southeast of the in-ground pool don't match the design plan. The elevations don't match to the design plan. The pool fence doesn't match the design plan. There was a whole host of issues. And again, like usual, we try to work them out and get them into compliance, but haven't had a lot of motion on this. And so we've decided to take the path of denying the certificate of compliance request and moving down to ordering the work to be done.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. So can we deny the certificate and issue the enforcement within the same motion?
I think it would be better to do it as 2 separate ones. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. So is there a motion to first deny issuing the certificate of compliance?
There is.
Motion made by Seth, seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, so that carries unanimously. And is there a second motion to issue out an enforcement order on this property? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously as well. And that moves us on to Johnson at 3 Fulling Mill Road. And this is represented by John Bracken or Jeff Carlson.
It'll probably be me. So 3 Fulling Mill Road, for those who don't remember, just to kind of run through the permitted conditions, we had permitted the upgrade and replacement of the existing on-site septic system. And we originally did this, I think people remember, we had a pretty extensive discussion as it related to a proposed pool in the backyard and its impact on the scenic views from Pulpus Road. For those who are here, I remember Ian kind of championed a real discussion about that. So anyhow, they've constructed the septic system and they have not constructed the pool. And they are wishing to close out that permit with just the septic system. So we're recommending that that can be issued because most of that was all outside of jurisdiction anyhow. And that we could issue their certificate of compliance and ending that permit.
Thank you, Jeff. Very rarely do we see people not construct their pools, so I like that one. Mark, do you have a?
Also move.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote.
Sorry, Dave.
It's okay. I like.
Aye.
Madam Chair, that was perfect.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding.
Aye, and I'm very impressed by Jeff's memory.
Yes. LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips. Oh, you're muted. Topham.
Aye.
So it doesn't help that my eyes are getting worse to like get the timing of all of your hands. So you can blame my eyesight as well. I'm not trying to ignore or pick certain people.
No, not just. All good.
All right, so that moves us on to Dudley at 4 South Cambridge Street. It says represented by Brian Swain, but I think Jeff might take this one too.
I think I'm probably doing all but the last one maybe, but this one was one that they didn't do the work and the order has expired. So they're asking for a certificate of compliance to just invalidate the order of conditions.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Motion made by Dave. Is there a second?
Sure.
I'm going to give it to Maureen because I kind of saw her hand and heard her voice. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding.
Aye. Playing favorites again, Madam Chair. I see.
No, it might look that way, but I'm not.
Shameless.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham,
Chivalry's not dead, Ian. Ladies first.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Perry Family Trust of 2015 at 16 Fulling Mill Road. And this is represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a septic upgrade project where we added IA technology, increased the groundwater separation while the leach facility is within the 100-foot buffer zone. It's essentially no expansion installed in maximum feasible compliance. And I believe all work was done in substantial compliance with the order. We also received, there's the O&M in place and received the certificate of compliance from the health department.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions? And if not, is there or Jeff, have you been out to check this one, I should ask?
Yes, we would agree that it's in compliance, but we would recommend that condition 19 be carried forward, that they're required to file copies of all Board of Health reports and the operation and maintenance contracts with the commission as well.
Thank you, Jeff. So is there a motion to issue the certificate with condition 19 ongoing?
Come on, Dave.
So moved with condition 19.
All right, so we'll give the motion to
Thanks, Art.
Dave. Is there a second?
Mark seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
You were
so
there.
I'll give Mark the second on that one. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank
Art. And that moves us on to orders of conditions. Jeff emailed these out earlier, and we'll begin with Nantucket Point of View LLC at 9 Lincoln Avenue.
Since modified, correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, because they removed that sitting wall.
So I think the easiest way to do that, I have some edits that I made. So I think in the permit overview, it would read, this order permits the management/restoration of vegetation, removal of an existing stairway, and construction of a new stairway with associated grading, landscaping, and utilities within land subject to coastal storm flowage, coastal bank, buffer zone area within coastal bank and the buffer zone to vegetated wetland. So to remove the sitting wall that was there. And then I would recommend an additional finding number 2, that the proposed sitting wall is not approved by this order. That's a separate finding.
Jeff, the other thing we might need to add, the plan had their boardwalk extending into the 25 and they agreed to end the boardwalk before it hit the 25.
Okay, so we'll do another finding. We'll do additional finding number 3. The boardwalk. Actually, we'll do the as a separate condition. We'll do condition 26 that the boardwalk shall not extend within the 25-foot buffer zone.
Ian?
Yes, in light of what Seth said about that it wasn't only invasives that were present where the existing boardwalk is, I'd like a provision that would protect any native plants there so that there isn't too enthusiastic a removal of invasives. Is that, does that seem like a reasonable request? Seth?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think that the types of plants that were mentioned are kind of like low growing, like herbaceous vines with the blackberry species and other rubus they probably have. And then the grape, depending on how those are growing. So like if they're entangled with other vegetation, you might not have any choice but to remove both. I would hope that they would be kind of like judicious in trying to remove the invasives only if possible, but the reality on the ground is it might not be possible in that case.
Jeff?
Yeah, I think too, Ian, to Seth's point a little bit, I think given the presence of a lot of those across the bank, even for the areas that they're planting, I think the odds of especially things like grape making it back into that area relatively quickly is probably pretty high.
Okay.
So I'm not super concerned. It can spread pretty aggressively. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I know before when we've had similar projects, we've like conditioned that trees or shrubs above a certain dBH have to remain, but for kind of like herbaceous species, it's a little bit more difficult to actually condition that.
Okay, point taken. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on this from commissioners? So if there are no other amendments, is there a motion to issue the amended order?
It's a yes, never mind.
Motion issue as amended.
Okay. Motion made by Joe. Is there a second?
Got tripped up with word order.
Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Marcia Kleinberg at 18 Quidnet Road.
Yes, so this was Brian Madden's project for the installation of the pool on that site on 18 Quidnet Road. So I included our even more up-to-date pool conditions that we've been running. That includes that new requirement that they provide the contact information for the company maintaining the pool, and that they shall provide 48-hour notice of any draining to the commission with a plan showing where the pool shall be drained to. So we've started to add that in, along with our regular no draining without CC chemical treatments and chemical treatment restrictions. It's kind of our suite of pool conditions.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff. They are unfortunately very necessary to keep these pools in check.
Ever evolving.
Yeah. Are there any thoughts from commissioners on this order, or is there a motion to issue as drafted? Maureen?
Yeah, motion to issue is drafted.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Beresman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And Jeff, do you think we should talk about 46 Shimo tonight?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer some direction in where the commission is going to put together an order for you guys to review, especially because given the timing of the next meeting, we'll be on that kind of have to issue at the next meeting for it. So
we can't add this on to one of our special meetings if it needs further discussion. Is that true?
You certainly can. You can have a discussion now. You would just have to continue it to a date certain at this point, so we can advertise it and make sure that everyone knows that that's the case. And I know Art is still on for the applicant, so if you guys felt like you needed to discuss it at next week's 5th meeting, you certainly could. If you wanted to discuss it at our special meeting that we're planning for the 12th to talk about regulations, you certainly could. But the 19th is our next scheduled meeting.
All right. I just wanted to know our options because I do realize that 21 days is a solid deadline for us. All right. So, commissioners.
Well, isn't the 19th outside the 21 days, or am I?
I think that falls on day 21.
It is day 21.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I mean, I hate to say it that way. I've only got 70 fingers. I would hate to. Is it counted from, from 6:30 in the evening is to the next?
It is exactly 3 weeks from today, Ian. So yes, we are okay.
All right. So Jeff,
sorry, go ahead.
No, Mark, go ahead.
Do you want a straw vote to see where we all stand?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was going to ask Jeff, if we should kind of see if we're on the denial side here or the approval side, to kind of direct where we should go. So can we do that by just like a hand raise vote? Is that appropriate? So it looks like Mark's going for
Mark's going with it.
Mark's going for the denial.
Well, I think you could simply just ask kind of like an informal poll of the board for a positive or negative order and see what people say.
Okay.
I'm going to follow Emperor Beale's thumbs down.
I was thinking the same thing.
So,
do you
right.
want like our justification now as to what performance?
I just want to run through. It seems like you're fairly unanimous in denying the project.
yeah, I think that's what it looks like. Yeah.
And then just to kind of to run through, I'm happy to hear what everyone thought, but just to kind of summarize what I kind of gleaned from the hearing is it seemed to me that there was a real concern as it related to the potential impacts to eelgrass and eelgrass's ability to expand and colonize through the area, given its proximity to the project site, was kind of the main point of discussion. But if people have other points, I'm happy to kind of hear them out. So if we need to add those in, we certainly can.
Thank you, Jeff. Maureen?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that we don't want to fall into the hole of talking about docks and zoning appeals and, all of that, we need to be, to limit our discussion, to our stuff and without, not that you would make ad hoc comments anyway, Jeff, but I just wanted to underline that. And I think that, as I said before, I think the eelgrass is more than sufficient reason to deny this.
And not to speak for Seth, but he had some good points. I think it was under the state act of other
Yeah.
that we were not including in this, that should be included in the reasons for denial.
Agree.
I agree also.
Yeah, and then just one more thing is, I know no waiver was requested as part of this project. But I think we mentioned that, I believe that the applicant has not met the burden of proof to discuss reasonable alternatives to the proposed project, given the appropriate sizable access they have to the harbor via their beach. I think that needs to be taken into the findings, at least, that the burden of proof is on the applicant to, discuss why those alternatives are not possible, and they did not meet that in my opinion.
Yes, I think you are correct there, Seth. So that's a good one to add in. Mark?
Will there be any point in adding in that I realize we're talking about serious stuff with the eelgrass, but also would it help to add in, might be a detriment to kayakers and paddleboarders and I don't know what else, clamor, or is that unnecessary?
I think the easy answer to that is anytime, instead of specifying a specific use, whether it's a paddleboarder or kiteboarder or windsurfer, I think we would probably put something more to the effect that it's having a negative effect on recreation, because recreation is one of the interests protected in the bylaw, and not specify
Good
what the
point.
specific recreational activity would be.
Much better, thank you.
Ian?
Well, I have actually land under the ocean in an unobstructed state is important to recreation, as Jeff is saying, swimming, fishing, and shellfishing, to recreational boating and sailing, to commercial fishing and shellfishing, and to wetland scenic views. So and the same characteristics are involved in our coastal beaches. So I think Jeff has a lot to work with.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Tell me, Jeff or Ashley, will this be a dual denial with both state and local?
My assumption is yes.
That was my assumption too. So,
yeah.
So, and real quickly, I guess if we could, and I'm glad Art's still here. I think if we could, Madam Chairman, maybe we'll continue this discussion to the special meeting that we were going to have on the 12th. Because that way, if I'm really out in space from what everyone's thinking was, we still have a week to get it corrected.
Yeah.
Everyone will get a chance to see it in advance.
No, I think that's a good idea. And that's why I asked earlier, because I'm nervous about having a denial that has to be issued at that meeting on the 19th without kind of discussion beforehand. So, Ian, yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're having special meetings on both Thursday the 5th for SPPF and then on the 12th for Concom regs, is just to refresh my memory.
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
And excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask if there are any other thoughts on this order before we continue it until November 12th. Looks like no. Jeff, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to do what you just did. So,
okay.
Not important. Thank you.
All right, so that moves us on to 11 Crooked Lane LLC at Westchester Street Extension.
Yep. So this was Arcus Barnes project for the sewer line extension down Westchester Street Extension. Couldn't really think of any conditions for this. It seemed pretty straightforward.
I agree. Are there any thoughts from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue the order?
Motion to issue. I'll second it.
Motion to issue. Thanks, Ian.
So I don't
Quick
know.
draw.
I'm gonna.
And she ignored me that time.
I know. I haven't actually acknowledged anybody for that one because it was like 3 at the same time. But
Well, my second.
I'll live.
So Ian, you're taking the second on that one.
I'm withdrawing it in favor of Maureen.
Okay, so we'll give Dave the motion. We'll give Maureen the second, and hopefully that wasn't too confusing for Terry. On
Sorry,
there.
Terry.
We're not being kind to Terry here.
No. So by roll vote, Beal,
Such a gentleman, Ian, but I'll vote aye.
Engelborg, Erisman, I, Golding.
Aye, and I'll say nothing about appearances being deceptive.
All right. LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Steamship Authority at 1 Steamship Wharf.
To kind of speed it up, this was the dredging, and I put the siltation curtain condition on, but they've already finished. So they used siltation curtains when they did it under the emergency. So it's just kind of cleaning up paperwork.
I'll
Any
move
thoughts
for
from-
approval.
Oh, perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Mainsail LLC at 3 Pops Lane.
Yes, this was Paul Santos's project for the expansion of the deck and the conversion of that lawn area there. I didn't have any conditions at first, but I think I would like to add a condition 19, or would recommend it, that no irrigation is approved by this order, since they said they weren't going to put it there, but just to memorialize it.
That's a good one. Thank you, Jeff. Any thoughts from commissioners on this one?
As an aside, Madam Chair, did we miss 71R Cliff Road?
It didn't close.
I didn't close. Thank you.
I try to draft the projects that don't have waivers involved, but there were some questions that were outstanding on that.
So if there's no questions or comments on this one, is there a motion to issue as amended?
So moved.
So motion made by Seth. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Wait. Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And we are done with our orders. So that moves us on in the agenda to other business, approval of minutes. And we have minutes from,
Terry!
yes. Oh, hi, Terry.
Hey, Terry's here.
Really quick, I found out that in the set that went out, I got Sam Kefferston's name wrong. I have corrected it, so this would have to be approved as amended with or without any other changes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm alive and well.
It's nice to see you, Terry.
Nice to see you, Terry.
Yes.
Well, due to some issues I've been having with following on YouTube and what happened at HDC on Tuesday, I've decided that I'm just going to come in and follow all the meetings on Zoom.
Well, I like seeing you and hearing your voice, so I think this is nice.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Nice to see everybody.
So given Terry's statement, is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Second.
So motion made by Ian, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously, and thank you so much, Terry, for the minutes. That moves us on to enforcement actions, Sacajah Pond. We have Sam Keverstan, Danielle Perry, and Rob McNeil on for this one. Jeff, are you gonna introduce it?
Sure, I suppose I can. So just to kind of catch everyone up, we issued out an enforcement action at last week's meeting that we had. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the date exactly. For some work that, excuse me, some unpermitted work that was done for changing the concrete barrier configuration out on Sacajah Pond, and for some work that was done right adjacent to the pond, kind of on the coastal beach that's there in the coastal bank. Just to clarify resource areas for folks there, that is still considered coastal, and the coastal banks that are still coastal as Sacajah Pond is within the coastal flood zone and is influenced in that manner. So it still is technically a jurisdictional coastal bank in coastal wetlands that are there. I think everyone has seen pictures of the work and what took place, and the enforcement order went out. We had asked Mr. McNeil to be here tonight. He is here, and then the property owners who were somewhat affected with Mass Audubon have their two representatives here as well. So they may all have some questions for you. You guys may have questions for them, but that's kind of where we are in the process. I know Rob and I are scheduled to meet next Tuesday to kind of go over some restoration plan options and to kind of have a little bit more of a discussion about that, and then also kind of next steps from our end. So that's something that we're kind of actively working on. I will confirm, and I even went by today just to make doubly sure, not that I had any doubts, but work has stopped out there until we guys authorize whatever work is needed to proceed. So with that, I guess I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. So I guess we'll start with Rob McNeil to maybe just go through what happened out there and maybe what sort of construction protocols you were using.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a few minutes just to explain, I guess, how we got to this point. Back in 2018, Winter Storm Riley, I would just remind everybody that this was actually during the time of the town dealing with the sewer force main failure. There was quite a few things going on simultaneously, and this was one of them. There was a severe storm that resulted in a washover into Sacajah Pond with a severe northeast wind. I think it was a 3-day storm. I'm not sure if you folks are able to share the screen or I can share the screen with you, but I did submit a number of photographs that were from that time period and then through the whole scenario. But it's sometimes easier to explain things with pictures. The point being, there was ongoing, the water level was up and essentially along the edge of the road. If you look at Sacajah Pond, this particular location is quite evidently historically devoid of the growth that surrounds the rest of the pond. That's not a formal beach. However, there's been a, I'll call it a beach, about, from my memory, being here since 2017, when the water level was down to what I would consider a normal level. The beach was generally about a 30-foot wide strip of sand that had some very low limited growth on it. And then the edge of the road has its timber guardrail system with just a few feet of riprap material. And that was all. So in 2018, when the storm came in, the pond elevation dramatically raised, probably greater than 5 feet, and remained that way for days, and actually longer than that. So every time the wind picked up, including during that storm itself, it was subjecting the edge of the road to some severe erosion. And that resulted in us losing most of the lane, the inbound lane, I'd say the north side of the road. During the event, when the wind started to die, we had a contractor under emergency contract who came out and placed concrete waste blocks too high immediately inside the guardrail. And I have submitted pictures, and those are on file as part of this whole effort. And those were specifically there along with some erosion control fabric and crushed stone on the roadside of that effort. That was really to try to minimize, until the water level could be abated, it was tried to minimize the ongoing damage that was occurring. And so a lot of those materials, including the existing road materials that were washed away, ended up, on the beach or in the pond. So when Natural Resources was able to get the pond to be reopened and to restore the pond down to its normal level, we were then able to go back in with a different contractor and to reset those blocks that had initially been put in during the event. So this work was done with emergency authorization from DEP, dealing directly with the Southeast region. And at the time, my office, me directly, was coordinating with Sam's predecessor, Ernie Steinauer, which many of you know, particularly because it was adjacent to Audubon property. And quite a bit of material had been washed during the storm event from the roadway, from the town's right-of-way onto Audubon property. And so the photograph that you could see, I don't know if people could bring up Google Earth, but Google Earth, I would say, shows a pretty strong depiction of the way that we left this situation. And this is updated as of 2020. It basically shows the wall, I'll call it a wall, adjacent to the rear of the guardrail. The two ends are turned out for stability. And then there's a raked, clean sand beach down to the water's edge that does show regrowth of vegetative materials. And it also shows, well, at the scale that I'm looking at, it shows the restoration of the three culverts that sort of provide equalization of water flow from the south side of Pulpus Road to the pond. And those were three culverts that were discovered by DPW during, I'd say, during the investigation into the restoration of the road out here. And they were opened up. And so the commission should know that nothing in any DPW responsibility that is at or near any resource area or proposed or suspected resource area is approached or dealt with without consulting Jeff Carlson. And I have come before the commission on several times to get permission when Jeff has let me know that we need to come before the commission to get permission for activities that either needed a determination. We have filed any appropriate paperwork that we felt was necessary or we were advised to file. So in this particular case, this is back in 2018, we were working under emergency permit issued by the state Southeast region following Winter Storm Riley. So subsequent to that, we noticed over last late winter that the blocks that had been in place started to be undermined. Someone had called that in, and we went out to take a look at it. And what really stuck out to me was the pond elevation. The pond elevation was back up abnormally high, and it was already up to at or above the lower block. So it was again abnormally high, and we had no washover. We had no severe events that were causing that. But what we were seeing, because of that abnormally high water level, the wave action that occurs each and every time we get a northeast wind, because the Great Pond has such a fetch, we started to see erosion under the blocks in the far corner, or I should say about a third of the way from the easternmost edge. And the top blocks started to roll towards the pond. So we approached Jeff and indicated that, we needed to make this correction, get these blocks repaired. He assured us that come sometime, I think it was in April, there was a opportunity to open the pond and relieve the high water again, to be patient to do that, and we certainly did. We waited and COVID happened. We stayed in touch weekly about the pond opening. He finally was able to get a contractor mobilized, and on the day that the contractor was mobilized and about to open Sacajou Pond, we got word that there was a report of a nesting plover in the area to be cut on the beach. So the pond opening was scrapped. I know Jeff could speak to the effort after that to reschedule. And obviously we got into COVID pretty heartily from that time on, and it's still ongoing. But we were able to schedule an opening, and I believe it was early October. I don't know the specific date. Jeff got it opened and notified us that it had been opened. The water level had been brought down. And so we mobilized our contractor to get out there. We've had plenty of time since then to have some conversations. And I certainly took that opportunity to apologize to Sam for not contacting him. I know he's the new guy for Audubon, and we did have a strong relationship with Ernie before he left. And I think frame of mind, I certainly wasn't thinking this is an Audubon related project. This was like, we have a lot of other things going on. This was kind of, let's get in here and get this thing repaired so we can move on with the rest of our agenda. So I think that's probably where I would lead this opening, and I think we can go from there. Jeff has indicated, and yes, we've been both very busy. We are committed to sitting down Tuesday and going through a resolution to this thing. I'd certainly be interested in hearing from the commission. I think the one thing that is really a bit concerning to me is the pond elevation. That to me seems to be something that needs to be either solved or decided upon, because it seems to be the denominator for this entire situation. When the pond elevation is up abnormally high, it causes damage to this area, which both is ecological as well as to man-made structures, and threatens public safety. The last time this road was blown out in 2018, I think the delay due to the pond lowering as well as the repairs required this road to be closed for, I believe, about 2 months. And this is really the only alternate route around, to Milestone Road. So, we're committed to doing what is right, and whatever that ends up being. I would also like to remind the commission, and some of you may have been involved with providing comments to our hazard mitigation staff. And the hazard mitigation plan actually calls for looking at a couple different locations on Pulpus Road, one being Folgers Marsh, but this is one of the areas along Sacajah Pond. Looking at this for sea level rise and resiliency to actually raise the roadway and bike path through this area as a raised causeway. So I think all of those things may be considered when we start discussing these things. But I appreciate, obviously I appreciate the opportunity to come before the commission and have this discussion. And I look forward to continuing it both with staff and with other outside interests.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any questions from commissioners directly to Rob before Audubon speaks? Seth?
This is for Rob, and Jeff might weigh in here, but is there a reason why an order of conditions or a notice of intent wasn't applied for following the emergency order that you received from Mass DEP for this structure? So generally those emergency orders are temporary, and then they require the applicant to go through the process of working with the local conservation commission to kind of consider what's going to happen permanently. I don't know if we just missed that, but I feel like if we had gone through that process then, we would have probably dealt with all the issues preemptively that we're going to have to deal with now.
Yeah. Jeff or Rob? Jeff?
Yeah, so to answer that kind of briefly, Seth, in 2018, when that emergency order came out, they weren't requiring notices of intent. And I know we talked about this last time, that when we issued that and authorized that work, and that work was done under that emergency declaration, we probably should have issued a local emergency, and our local bylaw requires that notice of intent. So it wasn't required at the time, and it just wasn't something that unfortunately didn't come up. I tend to agree that I think we all wish it would have and been picked up then, but I think everything that was happening at the time, it was just an oversight, and it wasn't intentional by anyone's behalf, but it was just something that unfortunately happened and put us in the situation that we're in today.
Seth?
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly to get a little bit more clarification. So the emergency order that was issued, I'm assuming it's no longer active. Is that correct?
Correct. So those emergency orders end at some point. I know this project specifically, and we'll make sure that everyone has a copy of that, received some level of specific authorization for DEP as well. And we'll put that in everyone's pack to review.
Yeah, I'm just asking because what's being characterized characterized as maintenance or repair. I get it from a technical perspective, it could be considered repair, but if there's not a kind of permit that allows for that work, it's really classified as new work rather than maintenance from a regulatory perspective.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Rob, go ahead.
Sure. I couldn't agree more, Seth. One of the things that really helps with both Jeff and my positions is to have coverage. We have been working together to develop a general notice of intent for all of DPW normal maintenance activities. We've been working on this for over a year now. I'm told the consultant has it ready and will be submitting, I believe, tomorrow for that package. We fully intend and have for some time now to try to get everything that we normally do on an annual basis into a package that we can synthesize with the commission, let everyone know what's happening. And so we do have coverage for these kind of things, including defining maintenance and what kind of activities we normally do and how to handle those. I totally agree, hindsight being what it is, it would have certainly helped define the parameters of what a repair or whether or not this structure could have or should have remained in place following this emergency. I think based on, I can only surmise, but, based on the inconvenience that it caused being down for 2 months and the threat to public safety and emergency services, I don't think the town was really too keen on re-exposing itself too quickly and having the work that had been done reversed. So it's sort of leave it in place for insurance type of thing, but I can't speak for anyone outside of my office. So we are committed to, doing whatever's necessary or determined to be the right thing here.
Thank you, Rob. Ian?
So I appreciate where Rob is coming from here, obviously. But going forward, I would like to see the standard protocol of the owners and the abutters involved in a formal notice of intent with plans drawn up as to what we can expect as a commission. Because speaking for myself, I would prefer to see a less obtrusive long-term approach to protecting the road. And, we touched on the fact that piles might be used, which would be considerably less obtrusive visually and would allow for more of the buildup of the beach. So I would hope that going forward that sort of approach would be followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I know when I look at this, and I think there can be a blurry line between like maintenance and repair and a completely new structure. And when I look at what was done out there on Sacajah, like even the maintenance and repair would have needed permitting, but what I kind of see out there is actually a completely new structure. So I think it's important to really look at that with DPW projects. Because again, to me, this looks like an entirely newly constructed wall essentially, and maintenance to me would have been going in with a machine and kind of shifting, the few blocks that might have been getting undermined, or it's a little bit less of an invasive process generally in my mind. But again, the hindsight is 2020, and I think we now recognize that what happened out there shouldn't have happened this way. Any other thoughts from commissioners, Seth?
I have a few things, so I'll be brief. First of all, thank you, Rob, for mentioning that the DPW wants to put a comprehensive maintenance notice of intent into place. The land bank has submitted something similar that we've been reviewing. So thank you for that. I think specific to this project, I agree that the conditions of the Jersey barrier wall that exists on the ground now far exceed what had been permitted by the emergency order after Winter Storm Riley. So I would tend to say that this qualifies as new structure rather than maintenance or repair of a structure. I think what is on the ground right now does not meet the performance standards of Coastal Beach or Coastal Bank. And I'd be hard pressed to find waivers or ways to kind of condition it to do so. So I think moving forward in the short term, what we need is removal or some type of reversion to what was originally in place. And then I think in the long term, we need a comprehensive, holistic look that involves the property owner. On both sides of the road, I believe, is Mass Audubon, and the DPW, obviously, since it's a public town road that's involved. And I was part of the hazard mitigation plan process that you mentioned. I think raising the road in this area, doing an elevated road, is a perfect way to deal with essentially three separate ecological problems at the same time. One is having the capacity for the water in the pond when it's too high to go under the road into the areas on the opposite side of the road, which historically were wetlands and historically were hydrologically connected. And I think that that's a huge benefit for ecological restoration of the wetland system. It also removes structural elements from the wetland by raising them up, out of where water would be, and it kind of gets rid of problems with erosion or having to have structures in place to hold that road back. So I think long term, that road should definitely be raised, and potentially there are ways to. I know the town has some reef projects proposed as well, and potentially there's some ways to incorporate living shorelines there to kind of mitigate or minimize the wave action and the wind energy. But in my opinion, the short term is just we have to remove what's been put on the ground, and then long term we need to look at how to have a better environmental approach.
Thank you, Seth. Any other comments from commissioners before I let Audubon kind of speak as property owner? Okay, so I'm not sure Sam or Danielle who would like to speak. It looks like Sam.
Yeah, I'll go first. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, members of the commission. My name is Sam Kefferstan. I'll just start and say I really appreciate Rob's coming and speaking and stating his commitment to making things right. So thank you, Rob. For those that don't know, I serve as Mass Audubon's Nantucket Sanctuaries Director, where I oversee and manage Sacajah Heathlands Wildlife Sanctuary, where the encroachment occurred, in addition to two other sanctuaries encompassing about 950 acres of open space on Nantucket. On October 16th, I had observed a construction crew along with staged equipment and an excavator present on Mass Audubon property, actively working on the Pulpus Road retaining wall, which was established after Winter Storm Riley in March of 2018. It's clear that portions of the unauthorized and unpermitted structure represent an expanded footprint that now extends onto Mass Audubon's property within Sacagawpond, notably the addition of Jersey barrier groins or supports running perpendicular to the retaining wall. And neither I nor any staff at Mass Audubon received notification of the work as a property owner or as an abutter. As one of the state's largest land conservation organizations, Mass Audubon understands the threats posed by climate change and rising sea levels, as well as the need to take action to maintain essential infrastructure like that of Pulpus Road. In 2018, we coordinated with the town, my predecessor Ernie, to establish the original retaining wall in wake of Winter Storm Riley, under the expectation to undergo a permitting process once the immediate emergency had been abated. Unfortunately, that permitting post-construction never occurred. At present, we've been coordinating the design and implementation of a living shoreline and oyster reef with the Natural Resources Department in the area where the unauthorized construction took place. These types of violations need to be addressed quickly and openly, and more importantly, can't be repeated. Proactive, responsive, and clear communications must be the norm for the town. It is essential that Mass Audubon, as an affected landowner, has a voice in the remediation, planning, and shaping of resilience efforts in the area. The town must be responsible for facilitating these communications and providing a timely response. Additionally, all impacts to Mass Audubon property due to this incursion must be addressed, and any future impacts such as wave energy and increased erosion be planned for and funded in remediation planning so as to not incur long-term damage to the property. Overall, it's clear this incident has shined a light on the need for proactive planning and collaboration on issues of coastal resilience moving forward. It goes without saying the challenges posed by a changing climate and sea level rise are great and very complex and hit home for us islanders. There's no doubt about that. And if we as a community are to meaningfully address these issues, temporary emergency solutions with unknown long-term impacts, it can't be the norm and can't become permanent fixtures of coastal adaptation, as they don't represent current best practices. Although the challenge is great, in lies the opportunity for the town of Nantucket, along with Mass Audubon and other stakeholders on island, to demonstrate leadership in the space of climate adaptation and resilience. And I really am hopeful and determined that this vulnerable area of Sacagawpond and Pulpus Road, with the proper planning, communication, and execution, will serve as a model for other coastal communities bearing the brunt of sea level rise and climate change. So moving forward in the future, I really hope the town recognizes the value Mass Audubon brings to such a partnership, given we have a statewide conservation science staff with the expertise necessary to properly execute a meaningful and lasting nature-based solution in this area. So with that, I'd like to introduce a key member of that team, Dr. Danielle Perry, who serves as our statewide climate adaptation ecologist, to speak more in depth to our concerns over the impact to resource areas and local ecology. But thank you everyone for your time, and I'll be on for additional questions from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Dr. Perry, would you like to speak?
Thank you. And thanks, Sam and the commission for allowing me to speak tonight. As Sam mentioned, I am Dr. Danielle Perry and work for Mass Audubon as its climate adaptation ecologist. My work focuses on building resilience to the effects of climate change, such as sea level rise, at Mass Audubon sanctuaries, as well as across other Massachusetts conservation resources. Oftentimes, this means I help communities mainstream the use of nature-based solutions to climate change. I'm sure most on this call is familiar with nature-based solutions, what nature-based solutions are, but for those who may be unfamiliar, they are the use of natural systems and mimic natural processes or work in tandem with traditional approaches to address natural hazards like flooding and erosion, as well as climate change impacts through sustainable management. After hearing about the construction of the retaining wall on Mass Audubon's property within Sakaja Pond, we had serious concerns about the effects that this construction had on natural habitats and the significant ecological and economic resources within the pond. Mass Audubon refrains from purely gray solutions referring to the use of hard infrastructure, because it often does not consider or incorporate impacts on natural ecosystems and wildlife, which our organization works to protect. The construction did not follow proper permitting procedures and impacted resource areas, including wetlands, wetland buffer zones, and state designated priority habitat for rare and endangered species, and including without permits required by the Wetland Protection Act. Through the permitting process, the expected impacts on natural resources is determined, and recommendations are often made to minimize negative effects on these resources. This process was not fulfilled in the construction of this retaining wall, and so ways to lessen the environmental impact were not incorporated, which is of great concern to Mass Audubon. We are also concerned about the future negative impacts that this wall poses. Hard infrastructure has shown to be an insufficient long-term solution for protecting infrastructure and natural resources, and often requires expensive ongoing maintenance. This type of infrastructure has also shown to degrade habitats and promote habitat loss. We, of course, understand the need to maintain the road. However, hard structures such as the unpermitted retaining wall tend to increase erosion and does not lessen wave energy, which often causes damage. In contrast, nature-based solutions, which incorporate gently sloping natural soils stabilized by vegetation, absorb and dissipate wave energy. Due to these factors and other benefits, Mass Audubon stresses the use of nature-based solutions as the first and best option to enhance resilience to sea level rise. All manners of proactive measures, including nature-based solutions such as living shorelines, should be considered to address infrastructure and environmental issues that will result from climate change and sea level rise. There are currently ongoing plans for a living shoreline project pursued by the Nantucket Natural Resources Department in collaboration with local stakeholders at Sakaja Pond. We feel that due to the wall construction, there was a missed opportunity for collaboration to create infrastructure that would complement the living shoreline, and now the wall will potentially complicate the planning process for the living shoreline as well. Additional conversations will be needed to discuss the potential impacts that the wall will have on the success of the living shoreline project, which Mass Audubon should be a part of. As appropriate, green and gray solutions can be hybridized, but careful design is essential and collaboration is key. And expertise from each partner is needed for this to be done effectively. We want to create holistic solutions that consider both the built and natural environments in project planning and implementation, and work in collaboration with the town and its governing agencies to develop comprehensive plans that address the priorities of each stakeholder. As this issue continues to be resolved, Mass Audubon would like to have regular communications with the town concerning the plans for Sakaja Pond. We believe that this is just the start of the conversation, and we need to be involved in the decision-making process for any further actions moving forward. I look forward to collaborating more closely with the town to find lasting solutions to address sea level rise issues to protect Pulpus Road while protecting habitat and building resilience to the effects of climate change. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners for either of our Audubon representatives? Ian?
Well, thank you, Dr. Perry, for laying out what I guess is an ideal blueprint, but I wonder to what extent it will be feasible in protecting the road in that area. So I think it's a very awkward situation, because unless the road is moved completely, or raising the road would seem to me a very expensive proposition. And so I think I can only speak for myself, but as a long-term resident, that we're looking at a really difficult dilemma to try and resolve. So, and probably I should keep my mouth shut at this point. So, but anyway, thank you very much for your input.
It's funny, Ian, because when I look at this one, I think, well, the town needs to raise that road now. Like, it needs to be top of the town's priority list, given this situation. So I think it hits on two issues that we need to up our coastal resilience. And we have, the roadway obviously repeatedly being undermined. So I think the town needs to jump on this one and correct it fully as soon as possible. So I don't know if that means removing the hard structure and putting in some sort of like roll array to try and stabilize it a little more gently until the road gets raised. But I agree that the wall needs to go in order to protect the resource area. So it'll probably have to be a staged fix to this one, I would imagine. Joe?
Just to jump on your point there, Ashley, I do think that, core rolls would be great in this area, but I'm wondering for now, if there could be some linking of the two, maybe take down a couple rows, leave the Jersey barriers there, maybe separate them so there could be some flow in there to not disconnect from the resource across the other side of the street on the south side. But I do think that it'd be great to have Mass Audubon part of a group with a town to say, listen, we have bridges that going out to Nantucket, two of them, how can we do that here? What's the best way to go about that? Starting to get a design laid out, do an analysis of what's the best way to have the two properties connected again. And I think it's been a long time where that road has been there. And we've done this in Madden, but I'm kind of surprised that we've never addressed this until now. So it'd be great to get it on the town's agenda. And I think that Rob could bring it forward to the select board. I think that we should write a letter saying that we would like to advise Rob to go forward as fast as possible. Have Sam's group and Dr. Perry's write a letter as well, saying that we think this is something that should be taken care of as soon as possible. But I think there should be a discussion from both sides to come forward and come up with a great plan to really have a natural connection of this of the wetland on one side and the wave action on the other side. There really could be a great opportunity coming forward as something, natural and, something that when you drive to cross by there, it's just natural and it almost looks like it was well thought out and planned, and maybe some grasses, etc. There's a lot of, forward thinking people on this Zoom room right now. So I think that we could come up with a great plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I think Maureen had her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. And I also would like to thank both Dr. Perry and Sam for their very helpful and reasoned comments. As Dr. Perry, you mentioned that this was a missed opportunity, and that's something that really struck me. Not only a missed opportunity for this particular problem, and missed that we didn't go back after the emergency work to think of a better and longer term solution, but also missed in terms of really stepping back and taking a look at the larger picture. And now we are doing that on our island. We finally have a coastal resiliency committee, and we've got a lot of planning efforts going into this. But what I think what's most important for the current problem at Sacajah is to have a plan that has an ultimate end of fixing this for as long as possible. And if that is raising the road, and we're going to need to, as a town, to accept those issues and accept those costs, because otherwise, I mean, we're not going to cut off that part of the island, and otherwise we'll wind up just further damaging one of our most important resources. So I think having a longer term plan, maybe along the lines of what Joe was talking about, makes a lot of sense. But I also wanted to ask both Dr. Perry and Sam about, have you, I mean, we don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. I'm sure this isn't the only road in the Cape and Islands, let alone Massachusetts, let alone the Northeast, that has these issues. And what have been, useful solutions in the past, and what might we apply here? Because I think we do tend to often try and invent something on our own, and perhaps it might be good to see what other people have done. So I'd be curious to know, what thoughts you have on that. Thank you.
Dr. Perry, would you like to take that one?
Sure. And I think it's been like the next step has already been talked about of the action of raising the road. Because I think just with seeing the degree of damage that has taken place, that just seems, and although it may be an expensive endeavor to do, but it's in the long run, I think it's going to end up saving money if constantly having to do continued maintenance on that road, and then just raising it to then address that issue, which has been done in a lot of other locations and in other locations within Massachusetts. So I think raising the road could be a great course of action. But then further ways to supplement that is to then starting to design some of these nature-based solutions to then further support that and compensate for any additional impacts, especially for sea level rise and climate change.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Jeff and then Seth.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think what we're hearing is with Rob and I meeting next week, why don't we won't go through it too much, but I'll prepare some sort of minutes from that discussion, or kind of where we're going to update the board. We have a meeting next Thursday, just to demonstrate kind of where the discussion's going and progress. And that's something too that we can engage Sam and Danielle as well into the direction that we're kind of heading. Obviously, I think everyone would like to get down the path of kind of at least a short-term resolution as quickly as possible, knowing that obviously we're not, relocating a road or raising a road here in the next couple of weeks. That's going to take a little bit longer time to plan, but we need to obviously protect the integrity of the road, but also protect the integrity of the environment. So I think the marching orders are pretty clear. I think all of the players are pretty well identified and willing and able to participate. And I think we've taken a really good first step into remedying a situation that hopefully turns into a real positive for this area and is a real positive long-term plan. So I think we're in a good place to start.
Jeff, I just have a question for you. I'm wondering, do we have as-built on file for like the 2018 construction? And then I think we would get an as-built for this most current construction?
I personally, we haven't received one in our office. My guess is that there may not be one, but we can certainly figure it out. And I think the current structure would be easy enough to get an idea of where that location is.
Okay, yeah, definitely for the current structure, we should get one. And if there is one for the previous, we should have that on record. Seth, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, it was just kind of about the logistics. So Jeff talked about that applicably. And then just lastly, thank you, Dr. Perry, for talking about nature-based solutions. I really support going that route. And I think because this is an area that supports a critical road infrastructure, we may be able to do some type of nature-based solution, or we might have to do some type of living shoreline that is a hybrid project that includes both natural elements and built elements. So I think it's important to kind of consider both and let the property owner, being Mass Audubon and the DPW and town and the commission, kind of see what proposals are in place so that we can better refine a comprehensive approach.
Thank you, Seth. Any other kind of final comments? RJ?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to read some comments on behalf of Emily Molden, Executive Director of the Land Council, who wasn't able to be on Zoom this evening. So we appreciate Rob's position and being here to speak with the commission tonight. We share Sam and Dr. Perry's serious concerns regarding the impacts of the resource areas from the work that was done out at Sacajou Pond. Clearly, there was a misunderstanding about what permits were required for this work. Given the extent and intensity of what was done here without proper permits and the sensitivity of the resource areas, we hope that improved communication between town departments will be addressed sooner rather than later. It does not sound from our conversations with those involved like a clear understanding of exactly what work was going to be performed, was provided to or required by Concom staff, such as a sketch plan or site visit to properly explain the project. This is obviously extremely important for communicating and understanding what permits are required, so that in addition to the property owner, there can be a public hearing process when necessary, an alternative analysis, as commissioners have already mentioned, and items like siltation curtains, erosion control measures, and the like can be considered in conditions. We've seen many occasions on islands of temporary or emergency measures becoming permanent fixtures. Our long-term solutions need more proactive planning and care to be effective and to account for all the interests in the long run. We need to take advantage of our opportunities to redesign or rebuild these emergency measures whenever possible to make sure that all interests, including the towns and also the ecological interests and private landowner interests, are taken into account. And lastly, we just appreciate Jeff and Rob's effort to bring this before you as quickly as possible. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, RJ. So at this point, Jeff, should we continue this discussion in 2 weeks or next week, do you think, after you guys have met?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll be able to give an update at next Thursday's meeting from our discussion on Tuesday, at least kind of what's come together. And at least kind of give the board update that progress is being made. So I don't necessarily think, I mean, we can post it as an agenda item under other business. I mean, it's not a public hearing or a public meeting that really requires a continuance to a date certain. It's already a matter that's kind of underway of enforcement. So we can certainly add it to the agenda for next Thursday for a little update. And then as there are updates, we can bring it back. And then as things are starting to take place, obviously keeping the board in the loop or any other permits that are required involved. I know I have to provide updates on this to DEP and Natural Heritage as well, as they're kind of tangentially involved in this too. So we'll be doing that. I'll probably be doing that just via email tomorrow for those folks. And they'll obviously be involved with the process moving forward as well.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. And I guess for Sam, Dr. Perry, and Rob, do you guys have any questions about the process moving forward or any concerns about the plan to move forward at this point?
It sounds like we'll be in close contact with Jeff and Rob moving forward, and work closely to a resolution.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all of you being here today. Rob explaining what happened, and Sam and Dr. Perry for giving Mass Audubon's perspective and that great talk on living shorelines and nature-based solutions, because that's really important that we hear more of that in front of us. So if there is no more questions or comments on this issue, we will bring it up again next week after discussions happen between some of these parties.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Sam and Danielle.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. I hope you have a good night.
You as well.
So that moves us on in enforcement actions to BSS Hummock Pond Road LLC and Hummock Pond. My screen is covered. Hummock Pond Holdings LLC at 287 and 289 Hummock Pond Road.
All right, so more good news to talk about. Hopefully I'll be brief. So this is the project where they relocated the house under the order of conditions, and they had 21 days to pick up anything that had been exposed. Well, the house got moved on cribbing, and I guess to my satisfaction, cleanup hasn't occurred substantially enough, and there's still pieces of concrete. So I literally counted down the days for them as notice to say, hey, you guys are getting close. Right, we're at 21, and then I haven't had any response, and I just told them outright that if we haven't had any response or movement, that we would just be issuing an enforcement order. And the next step to that, if they don't comply with the enforcement order, I've kind of told them verbally that at a staff level, we would pursue revocation of their order of conditions in its entirety. So right now, we're just looking to issue the enforcement order to order that work done. We can get them in front of us with a representative to discuss any penalties, but we want to try to spur them into action beyond what their order of conditions was requiring.
Yeah, I think it's really important they act quickly because we're going to get to like winter beach profiles, and it's going to be even harder to remove this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it is. We were out there yesterday again, and you know, there's stuff that can be easily removed by hand in a couple spots. Some of the concrete's larger. I know accessibility to the site's an issue, but I have seen a house get moved 3 times on that site. I think picking up some concrete and doing some of the debris cleanup is definitely possible to do based upon the machinery needed to move a house. So I see no reason why it hasn't happened. I'm actually concerned if that material stays out there, they may actually be substantially exacerbating their erosion problem on their site by having hard structures covering portions of the site and inadvertently doing more damage to their property than if it was just the exposed bank. So I would think it would behoove them to pick it up, but we haven't gotten response, and they're not in compliance with their order and haven't been overly responsive. So here we are.
Right. Any questions from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue out the enforcement?
I move to issue out the enforcement. Oh, you didn't recognize me, but.
No, I'm giving it to you, Maureen.
Yeah, I just want, I was out there a few days ago, and you know, the water is just swirling around this thing already. It's, I mean, I think Jeff's comments about how this is just because it's making itself a worse problem, you know, day by day. And as you say, winter storms, I mean, it's pretty outrageous that they are not responding, and obviously don't seem to be involved. What's the right word? Invested in this anymore. So anyway.
Maureen, I'll give you the motion. Seth, did you second that?
Second.
Okay. So by roll vote, Beal. Oh.
Sleepy.
Mark, are you there?
Wakey.
Oh,
Well,
oh. Let's just skip it.
Okay.
All right. So Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, aye. Golding,
Yes.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right. So that carries with Commissioner Beal out for the moment. It's
I just called his cell phone.
I just texted.
I think everyone just did. So.
All right. So that moves us on to 115 Baxter Road LLC and 117 Baxter Road LLC at 115 and 117 Baxter Road.
Yep. So this is another one that, if you guys don't remember, we permitted a house move up there. That was the house relocation where they wanted to originally keep the foundation. There's arch planned where they moved it over. They wanted to keep the foundation and put a deck over top of it, and we didn't allow that. Well, we did a kind of a random inspection on the site a couple weeks ago, and there's some timber retaining walls in spots. There's some other work that wasn't on the permitted plan, and it just doesn't match the conditions. So we wanted to issue out an enforcement against that order of conditions as well, because the site is pretty clearly, if you look at the structure, you can see that large wooden retaining wall next to the chimney, and those weren't permitted or on the plans. So we're asking for an enforcement because those are not currently permitted. So
boy,
that's it. So I don't know. I had a moment this week where I was, lost faith in humanity, where we try to help people out and, sometimes move heaven and earth to get permits and things put together to move houses or help them get things relocated, and the town, helps them and license land to them. And, we're thanked by not following the conditions that we set forth for them to follow. So, so we're just going down the enforcement path with these now. So,
Excuse me, through the chair. Jeff, did they cut the bank back to get that vertical retaining wall?
To answer your question for certain, Joe, I am not sure. And I think that's my question, because they moved the house through there too, and where the old house was, and some of the appurtenances to that kind of overlap in that area. I think to really find out for sure, we're going to have to stake out where that was going to be. But I have some real concerns that they ended up removing some of that earth to build those walls. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, goodness. After all the hearings on letting them move the house, it is just so frustrating.
Yeah.
Motion to do enforcement.
All right. So Joe gets the motion to issue the enforcement. Dave gets the second. So by roll vote, Beal.
Aye.
Engelborg.
Aye.
Erisman, aye. Golding.
Aye.
LaFleur.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to reports. So Crack.
Nothing to report.
Okay. CPC.
Nothing to report.
Perfect. NP and EDC.
Nothing to report.
Oh, that's so 3 great things in a row. Commissioners' comments. Ian.
For next week's SPPF meeting, Madam Chair, through you to Jeff, will Town Council be present?
Yes, Town Council will be present.
And also, does he have an opinion on whether or not, what the situation is in making this sort of request to a Conservation Commission board that now only has 4 of the 7 original commissioners who made the decision after spending nearly a year listening to all the arguments for and against the project? Whether in fact that the current Conservation Commission can't opine on it because there aren't the original 7 commissioners?
So Ian, we're essentially having a discussion with this current board that would allow SBPF to file a new notice of intent based on this new discussion if they want. So Jeff can kind of weigh in on that, but my perspective is Town Council favors this discussion next week.
Yeah, I'll actually kind of add to that having a discussion as part of a public meeting to update on what that group was talking about was actually George's idea. So I feel like he's pretty comfortable about it, and I can tell you that his intent, and he made it pretty clear in our discussions, and kind of touched on it last night, is obviously that was a process that was done with the group that was there, And I think the intention of bringing it forward now is there's some concepts that were different from the original one that they're looking for feedback on and public input on, because obviously this is a process that the public needs to be heavily engaged in and continuing to talk about concepts that may or may not even be received or considered feasible by either the select board or you folks. Would be a fruitless discussion to keep having if you took it to public and it was rejected out of hand. To continue having those discussions just wouldn't be a productive use of time. So I think council suggested this to kind of start the public process from both sides, and that's kind of where we are.
Thank you.
I think Mark had a comment and then Joe.
Yeah, I had two questions, I guess both for Jeff. 315 Pulpus Road.
My favorite property.
Mine too.
Yes. So we have been in contact with council and I'm going to show, this is the Hollywood farm. Make sure I have the address right. Sorry, it's late.
Yeah.
Been in contact with council about what to serve them and kind of talked with the sheriff about getting that served and getting that underway since they've been unresponsive to our enforcement action. So we're just trying to resolve that. And as soon as we do, we'll be serving them that they are in violation and beginning daily fines until they appear into compliance.
And one more, Jeff, on 36 Lily Street. Aren't they playing brinksmanship here? They're applying for an extension the last day of their extension, aren't they?
No, their order of conditions ends during November. So I don't have the date right in front of me right now. I could bring it up, but they applied in advance of their order expiring.
Okay, we're going to decide it on the day it expires, I think.
Potentially, yes. DEP has issued guidance in cases where there may be questions, as long as it's been applied for in a timely basis. If you run over slightly, they allow that extension to still be granted. So I think everyone understood that, and we clarified that with DEP a while ago on a different project, but that's the guidance that they give. Is obviously sometimes there are issues that need to be addressed or questions that the commission may have for an extension. But there's kind of a narrow window to apply. So as long as it's been applied for on time, I mean, you can't obviously let it sit for a year, and then get back to it. So we'd still have to kind of deal with it in a timely manner. But I will tell you, they had originally intended to go forward tonight. I had done an inspection there and had a number of questions that I had raised. And they felt that meeting staff on site and going through some of those issues prior to our discussion here was a good idea. So,
okay, thank you. That's good. That's plenty.
That's where we're at.
Right, Joe, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, if the commissioners haven't seen this last night's select board meeting, I highly recommend watching George and Matt's comments and the whole debate and discussion. So, thank you.
Yes, it definitely, I did not speak last night, but was on that meeting. It definitely might clarify some things for you. And I think there's public comment involved in that meeting that's also important for commissioners to probably review.
Definitely.
I think it came like about an hour and a half into the select board meeting, was about when that issue came up.
Oh, come on. Have them watch the whole thing. We had to sit through it. Come on.
That's true. I might have been grading while I was sitting through it, but multitasking.
I was making dinner.
I may have been nodding off.
All right.
That's a surprise.
So it was 1 hour and 20 minutes. I made a note of it when it started.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other commissioners' comments? All right, seeing not, we'll move on to administrator staff reports.
Yeah, I just got something really quick from a question and public comment. I was gonna not say anything, but it did come in. So We have received the Wisconsin Beach Preservation Fund 2019 annual report. So we'll be distributing that probably tomorrow morning to everybody. I've already sent it off to Greg Berman for what it's worth, but wanted to get everyone. There's two sections to it. There's the regular report, and then one's focused specifically on sand. I'll be fair in saying I don't really have a preview because I haven't really read through it yet. So it had come up, and so it is in. We'll have it up on the website tomorrow too for everyone to see.
Thank you, Jeff. So
And
with
then
that,
sorry, I apologize for everyone. So with that report is the order of conditions does require us to have a posted meeting to discuss that report at some point. So we'll schedule that for some time. We'll sort it out soon, but I want everyone to read it, and obviously don't want to schedule that meeting until we get our peer reviewers' comments back as well. It wouldn't be a very fruitful discussion to not have. So when he has an updated time frame, we'll get that, and we'll start to get that on the calendar to do.
Well, we're not having a meeting on Thanksgiving, so that's a day when.
Yeah.
Come on now, we're falling asleep at this meeting already. If we had a bunch of turkey and then try to have a meeting, we would be toast.
I want to do every Thursday in November. We're trending that way. Well, at this point, after another marathon meeting for us, is there a motion to adjourn?
There most definitely is.
There's seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg, Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur. You're muted, but I'll give it to you.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right.
Hi, Terry. Bye, Terry.
Yes. Hi, Terry. Bye, Terry.
Bye-bye.
Meeting
See you
is
next week.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Nice to see you.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Did I send this around to the commission?